Hello, 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 hello. How's it going? It's going good, Null. How you doing? It's going real good. We are I am gonna be getting a new capture card soon and a new microphone because I keep on having problems with this one. Like as soon as I it's a dynamic mic, which is because I don't really have the space to build a little curtained sound booth in my little apartment. But what I can do is so it's but the so I use a dynamic mic. The problem with a dynamic mic is that as soon as I move away from it, the mic quality drops severely. Like I get really, really quiet to the point where a lot of people have repeatedly claimed it's hard to hear me. You're drawing, scheming, and plotting. Ooh, we love drawing schemes and plots. That sounds like a good time, nullification. Anyway, I'm probably next time I stream Tomodachi Life is gonna be when the new capture card gets here, which should be in a couple of days. And until then, we're gonna be doing some more Stories of Soul, the gun stories from Soul, the gun dog. I say that like I'm not a cat. Okay. Should be... That is the wrong noise. Well, it's because it's the gun dog. This is a retro-style PC 98-esque visual novel with, where we are on a spaceship with mechs. And a lot has... I think this was our save file. April 24th, planetary calendar 214. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant A. Care awakens in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they are yet to receive any instructions. So, last time...
Are you sure this isn't the Stanley Parable?
It's not the Stanley Parable, Lexi.
It's a very Stanley Parable opening.
This is not the opening. We are 10 hours into the game.
So 10 hours into the game, it turns into the Stanley Parable.
Shut up! Shut up, Lexi. Mechs and dogs. I've heard this one before. I've yet to see any mechsploitation. No one has put us on a leash and a muzzle yet, and
This is the story of
pumped us full of combat stims. It doesn't seem to be going the direction of Warhound. So, what happened last time was, they haven't, not yet. What has happened so far, let me just give you a quick recap nullification so you can know what's going on. Man, a lot has happened in this game. So, our main character, Nary a Care, yes, because I got to pick my own name, she was a Jovian mech pilot in the war against Earth. And, in the Battle of Luna, above the moon, the Jovian fleet, she was a pilot of the Jovian fleet who could not sortie out with the rest of her squad because her, or I guess my mech, had a serious malfunction. And so I had to just stay in the hangar in my cockpit while the rest of my squad went out, and almost all of them died. Which gives me some really, really bad survivor's guilt. We have since learned that, 4 years later, we're now a security officer on a patrol ship, the JFS Gundog. The war is over. We won the war. That was the last battle of the war, and that was our entire contribution to the war. So, war's over. We're now a security officer on a patrol ship called the JFS Gundog. The Gundog is the name of the ship. Our girlfriend is the second in command of the ship. She is a gremlin, and we love her very much, but right now she's not doing too well. Yes, it's Yuri. It's lesbians. Her name is Cassandra Quinn. There was, the sort of, like, soft-spoken, sort of straight-to-the-point doctor. I'll tell you what happens to him in a sec. We've also got a super serious muscle mommy engineer who runs a tight ship. Mechs, dogs, Yuri, why is the Mexplo not happening? I don't know if they would let me stream a game like Warhound Nullification. But anyway, uh uh I'm dating Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn, who's a goblin that doesn't know how to pick up after herself and is addicted to potato chips and sweets. And when I first boarded the ship, she decided to sneak up on me from behind, press a pen to my back, and be like, "All right, stick 'em up, punk," to like surprise us and play a prank on us. So she's adorable. We love her very much. Right now, she's in the med bay, and I'm gonna catch you up on everything that's happened in the game. So we've got, like, the serious captain who's very, like, soft spoken and does have an air of authority to her, is also an alcoholic. It turns out that that captain was the one who was supposed to be covering our flank in the battle 4 years ago. Listen, Nullification, I spent the whole war stuck in the hangar, while, my squad was being slaughtered. That was my contribution to the war. Yep, I did hit 1,000 followers, and I still need to do a 1,000 follower special. I'm waiting for a day when I'll have, like, a full, like, 12 hours to do something like that. Anyway, yeah, the captain was also commanding a ship in the Battle of Luna, and instead of covering our squad's flank like she was supposed to, she went off on an unauthorized offensive, leaving our flank open, which is why most of our squad is dead, save for one survivor, who we will talk about. And also on the ship of the Dramatis Persona is another mech pilot aboard the ship. He is this other sole survivor from our squad, and he hates us. Yeah, he hates our guts. The reason being, he blamed us for being stuck in the hangar while the rest of our squad mates died. He calls us a coward, he bullies us, and we just had to work with him on a very dangerous mission. So, while the Gundog was on patrol, about to link up with another ship, the O'Brien, we had a full blackout. We got hit by some sort of weird super EMP that knocked out everything, even the secondary generators. And I had to run around the ship, gearing up into a spacesuit even, to get to the emergency overrides to restart the emergency generators, which shouldn't have even been offline. And it was clear that this was not a normal system failure. This was some sort of attack, because the JFS O'Brien suffered the same fate. Unfortunately, it seemed because we couldn't raise the O'Brien on comms, me and the pilot that hates me had to go out in our Juno mech to the O'Brien, and when we were there, we found everyone was aboard the O'Brien. The other ship in our allied fleet that we were on patrol with was dead. They were all dead. We also found a crazy high-tech spidery super mech that was almost invulnerable to all of our weapons. It nearly destroyed the O'Brien. It nearly destroyed the Gundog, but thanks to, like, this special, like, sticky foam hard setting ammo, we managed to, like, capture it in goo, and it solidified. This goo is used to repair, we used in this ammo, was used to repair spaceship hulls. The enemy mech was invulnerable to our weapons, and so we just immobilized it and captured it. However, as I was in the med bay from the battle, I started to notice that one of the panels for the emergency access hatch had been removed, and following it, we went down to the med bay and found the ship's doctor dead. Our girlfriend was unconscious in the med bay because she was in the hospital bed, alive, and then we got attacked from behind. So, I think what happened is the pilot... No, she was alive. The girlfriend was alive. She's, still in the med bay, but we have no doctor. The doctor is dead. I think what happened was the pilot of that super crazy mech that we beat has somehow escaped from, like, the solid, hard-setting foam prison that their mech is escaped in, somehow, and is now running amok aboard our ship, the Gundog. And that took me, like, a full, 10 minutes to recap, but that's where we are in the story. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant A. Care awakens in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they are yet to receive any instructions. With no pending orders, they decide to check in with Lieutenant Commander Quinn to see if they have recovered from their affliction. Jovian Space, Lieutenant Acare's quarters, the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. Reaching up above you and interlacing your fingers, you lean back, stretching out your back and your neck. As you release the last remnants of tension in your body, you sigh. Thankfully, it seemed that some bed rest was all you needed to shift the accumulated aches and pains that you'd gained over the course of yesterday. Some sleep, coupled with a shower and a change of uniform, had left you feeling like a completely new person, almost as if nothing had happened at all. Although, despite how reinvigorated you felt, there was no way you could ignore what had happened. Still, there had been no more alerts, and you'd not received orders via your terminal. A sign, you hoped, that everything was going well. Now that you were fully recovered, you had resolved to start the investigation into who had murdered Dr. Rosarium and attacked you. But first, you'd be visiting Cassie. Stepping out into the corridor beyond your quarters, you barely make it halfway to the four-side thoroughfare before an announcement sounds out over loudspeakers. You instantly recognize it as Vanessa, despite the slight distortion caused by the speakers. Attention, all hands. I repeat, attention, all hands. This is Lieutenant Vanessa Lord. All members of the crew are to assemble on the bridge for an emergency briefing. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. The announcement is made a few more times until eventually you hear the subtle pop of the speakers indicating that Vanessa has stopped broadcasting. An emergency briefing? You quickly make through the ship towards the bridge, only stopping once you're outside the elevator. You run your key card through a reader and wait a little longer than usual. You can only assume that whoever is on the bridge is taking a few seconds to authenticate your ID and grant you permission to enter. Soon enough, the door opens and you step inside. As you stand alone in the elevator, listening to the dull whir of its motor, you wonder why the captain had called this meeting. Had she come up with a plan to apprehend the attacker? Had Haru and Hansen uncovered some plot while you'd been resting? Or had something even worse happened that the whole crew needed to be made aware of? After a short wait, the doors slide open and you step out onto the bridge. So we've got Vanessa, we've got Hansen, we've got Haru. Hansen, the blonde guy we saw for just a split second, is the guy from our squad who hates our guts. Where you'd expected to see the captain, you instead see Vanessa, sat in the captain's chair and flanked by Haru and Hansen. Vanessa, that's not your chair. I know you're a bit of a, ambitious person. I'm doing good, Gigi. How are you doing? We're doing some Stories of Soul, the gun dog. So yeah, this girl here, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, very demanding, very, always insulting people around her, very kind of just not a pleasant person to talk to, and also is a very, shall we say, ambitious person in that Vanessa Lord thinks she should be a captain instead of Captain Maris Bartermuse. Lieutenant Aker, glad to see you're so enthusiastic. Please wait there until the rest of the crew join us. What's this about, Vanessa? Where's the captain? I'll address that once everyone else is here, Lieutenant. Vanessa, this is no time for screwing around. What's going? Take it easy, Lieutenant. Ensign Rumney swaggers up to you, placing their hand on your shoulder before moving around behind you. Lieutenant Lord just needs you to be patient and wait for a few minutes until the big announcement. Your posture stiffens as you feel something blunt thrust into the small of your back. You're confident enough that, unlike Cassandra's prank when you first came on board, this isn't a pen. Haru, what the fuck? You better listen to what Ensign Rumney tells you, Lieutenant. They like to be in charge, and don't take kindly to people who try to get on top of them. You feel the blunt object slide around your back to your side as Haru steps around you, keeping their arm draped over your shoulders. Croas should know. He's speaking from experience. I always knew you were a bottom, Hansen. You glance down and see that protruding out from underneath the jacket that they're always carrying around is the muzzle of a large handgun. Not an electroshock gun like yours, but a lethal weapon. Vanessa, what the hell are you? She told you to wait, ma'am. You'd gone to step forward towards Vanessa, but Haru emphasizes their point by thrusting the gun deeper into your side. You quickly stop, letting them draw you back to where you'd stood. There we go. Good choice, Lieutenant. Just let me look after you, and we'll both have a good time. Before you can respond, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds from the captain's chair. Vanessa looks down to the control panel and enters a quick series of commands. You hear the whir of the elevator, and after a few seconds, the doors open, revealing Dalton, who nervously steps onto the bridge. I heard the announcement, and, That's good, Cadet. Thank you for being so prompt. Do me a favor and stand over there by the lieutenant, would you? Yes, ma'am. Will do. This guy's a junior engineer. He is the guy who made the foam that we used to capture the enemy mech. As the cadet makes his way over to your side, you look at Lieutenant Lord, staring at her with a silent fury. All you get as a response is a sly grin. As much as you'd love to wipe that look from her face, you know that Hansen would be on top of you the moment you tried to disarm Haru. You couldn't rely on Dalton to remain calm in that kind of situation either. There was a good chance that he'd get caught in any crossfire. Instead, you just remained silent. It's good you're feeling better, Lieutenant. I was really worried when I heard about what happened to you in the sickbay. Thanks, Dalton. With her smirk looking increasingly sinister, Vanessa shakes her head at you, causing you to stop your response midway through. Ma'am? You haven't had much time to resent Vanessa's subtle malice when you hear the same electronic chirrup as earlier. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan soon appears. Wow, great atmosphere in here, huh? This is the gunner. Dylan looks to all of you, but after receiving no response, he brings his headphones up over his ears and reaches into his jacket pocket. You hear the click of his cassette player and watch enviously as he drifts off into his music. It doesn't take long after that for the chief to arrive. Much like Dylan, she takes stock of the silence and doesn't interrupt it, instead standing silently by one of the control panels. You all stand in this awkward silence with no one either daring or willing to break the quiet that fills the bridge. Although you notice a few furtive glances from the chief as she surveys the room, and some looks shared between Haru and Hansen as they keep the rest of the crew under close surveillance, everyone remains relatively still. Leaning back into the chair and... Hold on, I have to break up a cat fight. Skimble? Skimble, come on. Hey, don't bully your sister. Don't bully your sister. Ah! Okay, he wants to go. He wants to zoom. Hey, don't go that way. Leave your sister alone. Yeah, go up on top of your cat tower. Nice. What food are you having? Oh my god, Skimble, what did I just fucking say? Babe, can you please take him? He's being a stinker. He's attacking Harrow.
Oh, that was not a good handoff.
I'm sorry.
That was a very bad handoff. 1 minute.
Make sure he doesn't fight with Harrow. Leaning back into the chair and crossing... Shrimp pasta, yummy. Scrimble of evil and meanness.
Whoa.
He's very riled up right now.
He was about to push off.
Yeah. Skimble is one of our cats. Harrow is the other. Skimble's being a... He's being a stinky bastard man. Leaning back into the chair and crossing her legs, Vanessa positions her elbow on one of the armrests and rests her head on her hand. Don't worry, everyone. We're just waiting for the captain to arrive, and then things can begin. There's a round of uncomfortable looks that pass between Dylan, the chief, and Dalton. After a moment, the chief steps forward to say something. Lieutenant Lord, what are you... Wait for the captain to get here, Chief. It'll all make sense then. You can see the chief mull over this response, and although it takes a few seconds, she steps back, taking her previous position by the control panels. Are you saying whoa about, Chief Mackenzie Cathay here? Our ship's chief engineer? She does tend to evoke the whoa reaction in people. Okay. The silence on the bridge, which had clearly never been designed to hold this many people at once, continues to drag on until it's eventually broken by the now familiar chirrup of an access request. And here she is now. Lieutenant Lord, what are you doing calling an unauthorized all-hands? And what are you doing in the captain's seat? The level of tension that was already present suddenly explodes, suspense saturating the air. You feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as the realization of what Vanessa is planning hits you. Just like the chief, Dalton and Dylan, your eyes flick from the captain to Vanessa. Well, it is my seat, after all. What did you just say? Striding forward with intensity and purpose, the captain raises her right hand across her body and swings to strike Vanessa. Careful, Bartermuse. You don't want to get written up for striking a superior officer, do you? At the last moment, Hansen's arm had reached out, viper quick, and he'd grabbed the captain by the wrist before she could bring the back of her hand down on Vanessa. Crewis, you release me immediately! Crewis, you idiot, you! Hey. How about everyone calms down for a moment, huh? Stepping away from you, Haru reveals the handgun they'd been hiding under their jacket and waves it around lazily before walking over to stand on the opposite side of Vanessa from Hansen. Now that we all understand who's in charge here, this is mutiny! Yanking her arm back from Hansen, the captain turns to face you whilst pointing at Vanessa. Lieutenant Aker, detain these three immediately! You move your hand towards your holstered electroshock weapon, but find yourself hesitating for a brief instant. You grab your weapon, but before you've drawn it halfway out of the holster, both Haru and Hansen are pointing their guns right at you. Admirable, Lieutenant, but you're not that stupid, are you? Holy shit, LRB, a 65 stream streak. Don't worry, I know you're just following orders like any good member of the JCF would, so I won't hold it against you. If you holster that weapon right now. You glance from Vanessa to Hansen and Haru, whose weapons are both trained on you. Although Haru's expression is hard to read due to their shades, you can see a steely coolness in Hansen's eyes, telling you that he'd have no hesitation to pull the trigger at Vanessa's order. Knowing that you wouldn't be able to draw your weapon before you'd be gunned down, and that the two pilots are clearly willing to do so, you release your grip on the weapon and slowly raise your hands. Good choice. I won't stand for this! All of you are! Crowis? Yes, ma'am. With the blink of an eye, Hansen steps up to the captain, balls his hand into a fist, and swiftly strikes her in the stomach, causing her to double over. Diversity win! This fucking dick is non-binary! Well, Hansen is he, him. Haru is they, them. Oh, thank you for the head pats, Thomas. Oh my god, I just lost tracking. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the head pats. I fixed the head pat redeem, by the way. You can give Kitty head pats again. With the blink of an eye, Hansen steps up to the captain, balls his hand into a fist and swiftly strikes her in the stomach, causing her to double over. Crowis! Slow down, Lieutenant. The captain staggers backwards, clutching at her stomach before falling to her knees, retching in pain. Stepping towards the captain, Hansen cracks his knuckles. It's not like you didn't have this coming, Bartermuse. Hansen reaches down to the captain and grabs her by the collar, dragging her back to her feet. Just as she regains her footing, he yanks her towards himself before immediately shoving her back and releasing her, sending her lurching before she falls to the floor. Crowis, that's enough! Damn it, Crowis, stop! That'll be enough, Ensign Crowis. I'm sure she's willing to listen now. Unless anyone else has any other objections. That's what I thought. Uncrossing her legs and rising from the captain's chair, Vanessa takes a formal posture and walks to the middle of the bridge. I, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, as of 1700 Jovian Standard Time, April 24th, Planetary Calendar 241, in accordance with the Jovian Colony Fleet Convention, Section 16, Article 7, announce myself the new captain of the JFS Gundog. I justify my announcement through Section 16, Article 9, on the grounds that neither the captain nor her second-in-command are fit for duty based on medical circumstances. As we don't currently have a doctor on board, I am forced to make this assessment based on my own discretion. In addition to this, under Jovian Colony Fleet Convention, Section 16, Article 12, I am limiting both the previous captain and the lieutenant commander to their quarters on the suspicion of treason. Lord, what the hell are you? You spring forward to grab Vanessa, your hand already on your electroshock weapon, but before you can get to her, you're momentarily stopped by Haru, whose pistol is crammed deep into your stomach. There's only so many times I'm gonna tell you to stay cool, Lieutenant. Looking past Haru and a smug Vanessa, you can see that Hansen has similarly leveled his gun at the Chief and Dylan, both of whom step backward. If you'd care to let me explain, we are currently in the middle of a situation that goes beyond negligence and incapability. Yeah, she is threatening the girlfriend. Lieutenant Lord! The captain hisses, staggering to her feet with one arm over her stomach. You stop this now, or... Ugh. With a slap that echoes around the bridge, Vanessa sends the captain, who is still unsteady on her feet, reeling. As she falls back to the floor, Dalton moves to help her, but is quickly blocked by Haru. As I was saying, it's clear that both Maris Bartermuse and Cassandra Quinn are traitors. You expect me to believe that the captain and her second-in-command are both incapacitated exactly when their clearance is needed to maintain ship operations? And that somehow an unknown craft, clearly made by our enemies, manages to make its way into our hangar, having already destroyed the O'Brien from within and killing its crew? Don't tell me this is a coincidence. It's clearly treachery. And that you're using the fact that the doctor is dead to elevate yourself to the position of captain? That doesn't look suspicious? The Gundog and the O'Brien are obviously both being offered up as test data for a new enemy weapon, and Bartermuse and Quinn are the traitors who sold us out. Why else would they keep us from reactivating the Gundog? How else could that craft have gotten on board without help? Why would Quinn be mysteriously out of sight when that happened? And then Dr. Rosarium ends up dead when she's in his care? What did he find out? Did she decide he knew too much? Not only is Quinn a traitor, she's a murderer too. Lord, that's insane. How the hell could... You want to be careful, Lieutenant. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, since you were the one that brought the gun dog back online, and you were with Ensign Crowis during that attack. But your close association with Lieutenant Commander Quinn means that I've had my eyes on you for a while, and I'm by no means confident that you're nothing to do with this. After all, Ensign Crowis didn't see anyone else in the sickbay after the doctor's murder, except for you and Quinn. He's fucking lying. How could I have... Very suspicious. Still, for now it seems like I can trust you. So, as per Section 16, Article 12, I am announcing that all crew present, with the exception of Maris Bartomuse, have the choice as to whether they wish to continue to serve under my rightfully mandated authority, or if they'd like to maintain their allegiance to a traitor and be treated as co-conspirators when we get back to Europa Colony. An agonizing silence fills the room as Vanessa stands proudly amongst the crew who shift nervously. Both Hansen and Haru keep their guns trained on the crew on each side of the room, compounding the uneasy quiet. Don't worry, I'll be happy to take any lack of response as an affirmative. As the silence drags on, it's clear that none of the crew are on board with the idea. But at the same time, it's obvious that none of them have enough loyalty to the captain to justify the risk of being charged with treachery. For you, though, this isn't about the captain. It's about Cassie. Lord, would you think about what you're doing? Taking medical command is one thing, but accusing the captain and Cassie of treason is... This sounds an awful lot like a no, Lieutenant. You grit your teeth and breathe in. I'm gonna save. This is a save moment. It is a no. There's no way I join in with your scheme. This is nothing but your personal grudge. You saw a chance, and you took it. There's no way the JCF will take your side on this. That's a shame, Lieutenant. I really thought you had more sense than that. But I suppose this is no surprise. At least it resolves matters. Crewis? Nothing personal, care. Orders are orders. Shifting his weapon's focus from the Chief and Dalton to you, Hansen walks across the room, stopping only to sweep an arm out from underneath the slowly recovering captain, who is again attempting to return to her feet, sending her back to the floor. Make life easy. Make life easy for both of us, huh, Lieutenant? Turning on her heels, Vanessa returns to the captain's chair, sitting down with a smug expression on her face. Chief Engineer Cathay, Cadet Grange, I want those engines online now. As soon as they're operational, we'll be heading back to Europa Colony. Warrant Officer Dees, I want you back in fire control and to remain on high alert. We're going to assume that we're in enemy territory, and I want you on the lookout for any hostile activity. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What's that, Chief Engineer Cathay? Yes, Captain. You're all dismissed. With that, the 3 crew members quickly depart from the bridge in a single elevator, leaving you with Vanessa, the 2 pistols, and the captain. Ensign Rumney, you take care of Miss Bartomuse. Sure thing, Captain. Shoving their gun in the back of their waistband, Haru walks over to the captain and lackadaisically delivers a kick to the captain's stomach, causing her to heave and curl into a fetal position. Come on, Bartomuse, let's get going. Dragging the captain upright, Haru holds on to her until she's able to stand, shoving her towards the elevator as soon as she can stagger forwards. Once they're both on the elevator, the pilot turns to you, looking over the top of their shades as the doors slide closed. You made a bad choice, Akare. As soon as the doors of the elevator containing Haru and the captain are closed, the doors on the other end open, and you feel the muzzle of Hansen's gun as it's thrust into your back. One more thing. Keeping his gun firmly pressed into the small of your back, Hansen leans around to your side and draws your electroshock weapon from its holster. Stepping back, he slides your weapon into a pocket with his jacket before gripping his gun with both hands and returning its muzzle to the small of your back. Don't want you getting any ideas. Take her away, Ensign. Yes, ma'am. Hansen shoves his gun harder into your back, and you reluctantly comply, walking across the bridge and into the waiting elevator. Once in, you turn around. Hansen keeps his gun trained on you, and behind him, you can see Vanessa sneering at you from the captain's chair. It's really a shame, Lieutenant. I'd had such high hopes for you. Before you're able to tell Vanessa what you'd hoped for her, the doors slide closed, and you're left in silence with Hansen. Once you arrive in the central hub, you're unceremoniously shunted at gunpoint through the ship towards your quarters. Once outside, Hansen gestures toward the terminal at the side of the door. Understanding his instruction, you take out your key card, run it through the reader, and enter your security code. As soon as the door opens, Hansen snatches the card out of your hand and shoves you into the room, causing you to stagger your way inside. Leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe, his boot positioned to stop the door from closing automatically, Hansen looks at you wordlessly. He remains silent for a few short seconds with a ruminative expression on his face, until you manage to stand back up and turn to face him. Once you've regained your composure, he straightens up and angles the gun towards you. You know, Akare, I was beginning to come around on you. What's that supposed to mean? Hansen smirks. The stuff you've done, you're actually kind of all right. You might not be the coward you were back on the Khalik anymore. Thanks. Good to know I've changed your mind. Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself, Akare. You might not be a coward, but you're still an idiot. You should have gone with the rest of the crew and sided with Lord. Now you, Bartomuse, and your girlfriend are gonna get pulled up on treason. There's no way the JCF's gonna believe her. You, Lord, Rumney, you're all gonna get court-martialed for mutiny. I don't know about that, Akare. Lord's got some pretty serious evidence. She's got it all figured out. This is how it ends, Lieutenant. You going down for some third-rate captain and your airhead girlfriend. Hope it's worth it. It's a shame. I was kinda looking forward to grabbing a drink with you and Rumney back on Europa. Whatever. We'll pour one out for you. No, thanks. Hey, don't worry about it. Now get comfy, Lieutenant. You're gonna have a dull trip back to Europa. As Hansen turns to walk away, you leap towards him, aiming to get your hand in the way of the door to prevent it closing. Before you can make it to the door, Hansen pivots and once again levels the gun at you. You stop inches away from the door. "Hanson, you prick!" you yell, banging your fist on the door. "You can't do this!" With your head in your hands, you turn back away from the door and sit on your bunk, your mind racing as you think about Vanessa's mutiny, the prospect of getting court-martialed, and what might happen to Cassie. You're so angry that you can barely think straight. Different thoughts rush through your mind, but you can't focus on one for long until it's replaced by another, and your mind becomes a roiling storm of emotion. Eventually, after much pacing, swearing, and the occasional kick delivered to the now stubbornly shut door, you manage to calm down enough to begin formulating a plan. Can't believe we saved Hanson's life. She's not going to get away with this. April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214. Following the murder of Dr. Rosarium, Lieutenant Lord takes command of the JFS Gundog on the grounds that both the captain and her second-in-command are unfit for duty. As her first act, Captain Lord has Maris Bartermuse and Lieutenant Commander Quinn confined to their quarters on suspicion of treason. The ship's security officer, Lieutenant Acare, is also confined to her quarters after refusing to follow the new chain of command. Jovian Space, Lieutenant Acare's quarters, the Jovian patrol ship, JFS Gundog. You wince and draw your hand back from the wall panel next to your bunk. After spending half an hour unsuccessfully trying to find the catch to remove the panel, all you managed to do was snag your nail on an edge and tear it. With a loud exhalation, you move from your bed to the computer and terminal on the other side of the room. You idly hit a few keys, but the only response you get is the screen displaying the same familiar text as the last few times you'd tried it. Access denied. Insufficient authority. As easy as it was to hate her, you had to give Vanessa credit. Her machinations had clearly been well thought through. Nothing had been missed when it came to making sure you would remain imprisoned. You hadn't... That sucks, Null. You hadn't noticed it when you'd awakened earlier, but someone must have gone through your quarters whilst you were unconscious. Small items like your nail scissors and metal bookmark had been taken, leaving you with nothing to pry open the access panel. Sitting down on the chair in front of the terminal, you'd wondered how long she'd been planning this, and how much she'd accounted for. Placing your elbows on the keyboard and your head in your hands, you sigh again. You'd gone through every trick you'd learned in your time as a security officer, and none of them were helping you get out of here. Leaning back and looking at your watch, you see it's been nearly 6 hours since you'd been imprisoned. You'd felt the rumble of the Gundog's engines coming back to life about 3 hours ago. It would only be a matter of days now until you arrived back at Europa Colony. Waiting for you there, if Vanessa was successful, was a trial for treachery. You'd put your head in your hands again at the thought. There was only one outcome for a guilty verdict on that charge. Execution. Leaning back in the chair, you stare listlessly at the ceiling. There had to be something you could do. You kneel down by the storage drawer set in the frame underneath your bunk and push on one, causing the drawer to spring open and slide towards you. Pulling it as far out as it will go, you shove your possessions to either side and lean in to get a view of the inside. Rats. As you'd suspected, the underside of your bed is sealed off with more metal paneling, and the drawer is designed to catch on the inner framework before it slides all the way out. With the main material in its construction being steel and everything being welded together, you know you've got no chance of pulling the drawer out and crawling through. Scratch that idea. My takes of the Cosmic Champions books. I'm not going anywhere, so I could always take a break. Let's see, where was I? Yes. Fleet Commander Wang had been imprisoned by his own side because... You know what? I don't feel much like reading, actually. Let's give this one more go. You clamber up onto your bed and once again running your fingertips along the edge of the panel, trying to find any give or sign of a catch that you can use to remove the panel. Unlike the cover for the emergency mechanism in the airlock, this panel is clearly designed not to be removed using bare hands. Without a tool, there's no way I'm getting this panel off. Great. It's been locked the last 10 times I've checked it, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. I always wished I could have a few minutes longer in bed each morning. I guess that wish has come true. At least I've got enough clean uniforms to last me until we get back to Europa Colony. Gotta look good for my trial. I haven't got access to anything, not even my mail or calendar. It's not like it makes a difference. I've never been much good with computers anyway. Sighing, you run your hands through your hair, wondering if there's anything left for you to try. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Goddamn. Oh, shit. I just dropped my inhaler on the floor. And... Okay, so it still works. Sighing, you run your hands through your hair, wondering if there's anything left for you to try. You're just about to make another attempt at levering the panel next to your bunk off the wall when someone knocks loudly on the door. Step back from the door, Akare! What do you want, Rumney? Just shut up and do it! With a sigh, you move back to the far side of your quarters. You moved? Yeah. Now you just stay there, Akare. You roll your eyes. What do they think you were going to do? You're lucky the captain's so generous. You get room service. As Haru steps back, Dylan comes around the corner carrying a tray of food from the vendor in the mess hall. Hey, Lieutenant, how's it? Whoa. Less chat there, Dees. Tray on the ground and walk away. Yeah, chill out, Rumney. Whatever. Muttering under his breath, Dylan lays the tray on the ground halfway between you and the door and walks out of the room with Haru, keeping their gun trained on you the entire time. Don't worry, Akare. I had Dees leave the pickles in. I know you love them. Looking down at the tray, you see it's a fairly standard meal. Burger, fries, and a soda from one of the vending machines. You had to assume that Dylan had chosen this for you, as you couldn't imagine either of the pilots being so generous. It was just a shame about the pickles. Thanks, Rumney. I'm touched you remembered. Hey, you know me, Akare. Always looking out for my buddies. Now stay where you are. With their free hand, Haru reaches for the control panel on the opposite side of the door. Within a second, the door slides shut, and you hear the click of its lock. You sighed to yourself. You weren't happy about the situation you were in, but at least they were feeding you. You take your meal tray over to the terminal and sit down on the chair, balancing your food on the keyboard in order to use it as a makeshift table. You pull back on top of the bun, ready to remove the inevitable slimy slices of pickle, when you find an entirely unexpected ingredient. Ha! Dylan, yes! Resting between the imitation lettuce and beef is a small pocket screwdriver, just short enough to be hidden within the burger. Grabbing it with a napkin, you inspect it. Not only is it small enough to wedge between the gaps in the panels that make up the ship's ceilings, walls, and floors, but it's also got the right size to unscrew any fixtures you may come across. Oh, this is perfect! You whisper to yourself. You got a screwdriver. You stand up and put it to use, but your stomach immediately roars in protest. Okay, first things first, I guessed. Using the screwdriver to extract the slices of pickle that sit atop the burger, you quickly devour both it and the fries. All right, now it's time. All right, let's see. You clamber up onto the bed and run your fingers over the seam between the panel and the rest of the wall. Taking the screwdriver out of your pocket, you work it into the small gap between the panel and the surrounding wall. You slowly run it along this parting for a few inches until you feel it catch on something. Following some careful movements, you hear the sound of a latch undoing. That's one. You repeat this action a few more times. Hey, Moogle! Along different parts of the panel, eventually the final latch is undone and the whole thing falls towards you. How you doing, Moogle? Nice! Let's go! You carefully lower the panel off your bed and place it on the floor so as not to alert Haru before returning to investigate what you'd revealed. I'm doing good. How you doing? Meow. Damn it. You cuss under your breath. Where you'd hoped to see a large space that you could crawl into, you were instead met with a solid steel structural wall, only a few inches of space between it and where the panel had been affixed. Just okay? Is there anything wrong? Anything I can help with? You grip the screwdriver tighter and suppress the urge to pound your fist against the wall in frustration. You'd been so close. Despite a follow-up examination, there was no way you could get into the newly revealed space. Not that it looked like it led anywhere anyway. With a deep sigh, you step off the bed. Looks like you'd have to find another way out of here. Kneeling down by a drawer, you open it, shove your belongings to one side, and peer inside. Taking out the screwdriver, you trace it along every seam and edge within the drawer, and what little of the underside of your bunk you can access. Unfortunately, you realize everything's welded together, leaving you with nothing that you could disassemble. There was no way you were taking this apart with just a screwdriver. Let's see how good Cassie's knowledge of illicit ship-based activities is. Who am I kidding? Knowing her, if there's a way to break a rule without getting caught, she knows it. You inspect the floor panel below you, finding where it meets another panel and kneeling down to run your hands over where there's a visible gap between the two. You take the screwdriver from your pocket and slide it into the gap in the seams between the floor panels. You slowly begin to slide it along the seam, and it's only a few seconds before you feel it catch on something. It's just your depression getting to you? Aw, thank you. I'm sorry you're depressed. I hope I can help you cheer you up with some stories of soul. Using your knowledge of how the catches work from the wall panel you'd removed, you're easily able to undo each one you run into, the panel noticeably lifting away from the floor with each catch that's released. After a few minutes of work, you undo the last catch. Despite its unwieldy size, you're able to shift the panel out of its original position without creating much noise, revealing a 3-foot drop into a small tunnel that disappears into darkness in both directions. Wiping the sweat from your brow, you dust off your hands as you look over the passageway you've revealed. Okay. We got a way out. The door's locked. Even if it is, Hansen and Haru are out there. It's not going to be that easy. As you stand above the entrance that you've just revealed, you look around your quarters one more time. Let's see, is there anything else I need to do in here? Or should I get going? Once I go, there's no coming back. Let's save first. Empty slot 8. Go to crew corridors. Oh. We're using our escape hatch. Yeah, fuck yeah. Getting the fuck out of here. As you stand above the entrance that you've just revealed, you look around your quarters one more time. You gaze into the darkness that lies ahead of you. After a few moments of thought, your mind is made up. It's time to go. To prepare for your escape, you return the panel that you removed from the wall to its original position, making sure that all the catches are reconnected to the mounting points. Then you prepare to do the same for the floor panel, sliding it into a position where you'll be able to replace it once you're in the crawlway. Once it's in place, you lower yourself down into the space underneath the floor, kneel down, and slowly drag the panel over the opening above you. It takes you a few attempts to get it into the correct position, but eventually you have it, and all the mounts slide neatly back into the catches that had secured it in place. Now in absolute darkness, you drop to your knees and reach out with your one hand, groping at the darkness. You've got no idea what lies ahead, but you begin to crawl forward. The absolute darkness of the crawlway leaves you disoriented as you fumble your way forwards. Every now and again, you hit a corner, a drop or a rise that adjusts to your trajectory. Hearing nothing but the gentle hum of the ship's systems or your own awkward shuffling, and unable to make out anything except for a dry, musty scent that has replaced the sterile smell that permeates the Gundog, you quickly lose your sense of distance and location. With nowhere to go but onwards, you continue slowly. You have no idea how long it's taken you, but you realize that you're able to distinguish the vague features of your surroundings. Sharp edges are now ever so slightly visible, and the seams and bolts that make up the inside of the crawlways have faded into view. Renewed by the potential that light coming from somewhere must mean there's an opening leading into some accessible part of the ship up ahead, you speed up, taking advantage of your restored vision to make your way forward without incident. You turn a corner and are met with a shaft of light that is broken by the slow and lazy rotation of an overhead fan. Finally! As you continue toward the light, you also see that your singular path is now divided with new routes, branching off in different directions, albeit with no indication of where they might head. A dull rumble, a familiar aroma, complete silence, the sound of machinery. As you approach the crawlway that stretches out ahead of you, your nose twitches. The entire time you've been crawling away from your quarters, all you'd smelt had been a stale musk. Not unpleasant, but a clear indicator that these crawlways were not used regularly and certainly weren't as well ventilated as the rest of the ship. Now, though, you could pick up the slight hint of something new, but also familiar. You pause to sniff the air, trying to identify the light hints of fragrance that drift your way. Taking in a few deep breaths, you pick up notes of something sweet, but also with a slight burning tang, topped off by a chemical tinge. I think I know where this leads. Heading away from the illuminated section of the crawlways that you'd momentarily stopped at, you soon find yourself in complete darkness once again. You mutter in frustration as you awkwardly twist around another corner, the snaking tunnel and the lack of any way to meaningfully track how far you've traveled, compounding your lack of awareness of where you might be on the ship. Regardless, you continue to slowly shuffle your way forward, hoping that wherever you might end up would be somewhere that could, in some way, be helpful in your efforts to prove Cassandra's innocence and deal with Vanessa, Hansen, and Haru. As you round another corner, you notice the smell from earlier is much stronger now, the scent beginning to sting your nose and the back of your throat with every breath you take. I've got to be nearby now. Let's see. Reaching upwards, you run your hand along the ceiling of the crawlway, and sure enough, it passes over what you would recognize by touch to be a catch that secures a panel in place. Though it takes some fumbling to unclip it in the dark, you eventually succeed, going on to repeat the process with all the others as you find them. Once the final catch is released, you position yourself near one of the panel's edges and raise it slightly, looking around to confirm your location. The captain's quarters. From your position, you're not able to see Captain Bartomuse. Mindful of doing your best not to alarm her and ensuring not to make any noise that might alert whoever is standing guard outside, you slowly slide the panel just far enough to allow you to climb out of the tunnel and into the room. Ugh! You quickly draw your hand back in disgust and flick it away from you, only realizing that you've placed it in a puddle of liquid after the shock of the sensation subsides. Looking at your hand, you take a tentative sniff. As you'd guessed, it's the same smell that you've noticed in the crawlway. The burning sensation that fills your nostrils reminds you more of acetone than a beverage, but it's the unmistakable aroma of the captain's whiskey of choice. You shift position from where you just tried to climb out and move away from the slick of whiskey, rising up into the room once you're far enough away that you won't accidentally douse yourself in the spillage. As soon as both your feet are planted firmly on the floor, you raise yourself upright, bringing you face to face with the captain, her arms crossed as she slumps at her desk, glaring at you. Lieutenant Kerr, what a surprise. The captain languidly takes the bottle of whiskey, tilts it in the approximate direction of a small shot glass in front of her, and begins to pour with little regard for accuracy. For as much as the drink that makes it into the glass, just as much is spilled. While she raises the clumsily filled container to her lips, a rivulet of oily liquid on the desk snakes its way towards the edge, pooling for a moment before the surface tension breaks and it sluggishly drips onto the floor. Resting the rim of the glass on her lower lip, the captain slowly pours the acrid liquid down her throat. A few stray droplets reach the corner of her mouth, which she catches with her forefinger before idly licking it as if, despite her earlier haphazardness, she's being careful to make sure nothing is wasted. If you need to discuss something with the captain, I'm sure you've come to the wrong place. You'll need to go to the bridge. I'm sure that Captain Lord will be more than happy to help. Actually, Captain, I was looking for you. You respond sharply, going to grab the bottle as the captain reaches for it again. Your tone only reveals a fraction of the frustration you feel at the captain for the fact that whilst you're risking your life to make contact with her, she's embraced being cloistered away as an opportunity to drown her sorrows. The moment you lay your hand on the bottle, the captain snatches it by the neck, yanking it away from you. You manage to keep your grip and pull it away with a swift tug, sending some of its contents flying through the air and onto the floor, adding to the small puddle of fluid that is formed near the base of the desk. Give that back right now! The captain barks, lunging at you across the desk. Shh! You hiss a shush at the captain, raising a finger to your lips with your free hand and looking towards the door, whilst also doing your best to keep the bottle out of her reach. You nod towards the entrance and move in closer to the captain. Do you want one of those two to come in here? Be quiet. They can't do anything more to me. Now give me back my... You clasp your free hand over Maris's mouth just in time to stop her from shouting at you. The look you see in her eyes is the same familiar fury as when you'd first told her that you'd read the report. They can throw us both out of the airlock! You snap back, keeping your hand over her mouth, despite her protestations. Now could you please... Hey, what are you doing in there, Bartomuse? You lock eyes with the captain who maintains her scowl, After a few seconds of silence, you move your hand away slowly. Hey, am I gonna need to come in there? Ensign Crowis, will you stay out of my quarters and... Yeah, all right, okay, I don't care. Just keep it down. I don't need to hear you complaining. What do you want, Lieutenant? The captain quietly mutters, tracing her fingers through the whiskey that remains on the surface of her desk, bringing it to her lips and then placing it on her tongue. I want... You pause, wondering how good of an idea this is. Your help, Captain. With... You exhale in frustration as the captain resumes trying to slowly recover the whiskey that had been spilt onto the desk. Captain, right now there's 3 of us facing treason charges. Lord has taken control of the ship, and that thing is still stuck in our hangar. If we don't do something, you, me, and Commander Quinn are going to end up getting spaced. And that's if Vanessa doesn't get everyone on board killed before we get back. You're the captain. You've got to know some way to deal with this situation. There's got to be something we can do. You think we can save the ship, With your help, Captain. That's very noble of you. I wish you the best of luck with it. Picking up her shot glass again, the captain slowly rotates it, causing the last remnants of fluid to gather in one droplet at the bottom before tilting it back into her mouth. Captain! You snap. You can't be serious. We could all be about to die and you're sitting here drinking. I need your help. You think you need my help? I think you should find someone else. Captain! Captain, look at me. Why are you still here, Lieutenant? You lay both of your hands on the desk in front of her and lean in. I told you, Captain, I need your help. We need to get control of this ship back before it's too late. Lieutenant, if we can prove you innocent, if we can prove Cassie innocent, then we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's claims are total nonsense. Even Hansen and Haru won't stand with her if they can see that. It'll be them who get charged as traitors, not you. Lieutenant, Captain, please, I can't do this alone. You must know ways that we can... It's an optimistic plan, Lieutenant. What makes you think anyone on board will want to help me? Help wasn't quite forthcoming on the bridge earlier. And to be frank, I am not particularly in the mood for another encounter with the ensigns. Captain, come on! You lean in closer, your exasperation at the captain's disinterest adding a harsh edge to your lowered voice. I'm not in the mood for this either, but everyone on this ship is relying on us right now. I've told you, Lieutenant, I've made up my mind. Besides, the captain runs her finger through the small trail of whiskey remaining on her desk and brings it to her lips. How exactly, is any of this my concern anymore? In a single instant, you're angrier than you can ever recall being. The tense feeling of frustration that had been building with you at the captain's unwillingness to help bursts into a searing white rage, consuming you from within a single moment. It takes you little more than a second to regain control of yourself, but in that brief window, you lunge forward, almost striking the captain. Because you're the damn captain, Bartermuse! You rage through gritted teeth. Whatever the hell Lord said on that bridge, whatever she's trying to do to this is still your ship, your crew! You growl, your eyes leveled with the captain's as you lean in as close as you can. Whether frozen in place with shock or standing her ground because of a pride that won't let her retreat, the captain stares back at you fiercely. Everyone on this ship is under your command. They're your responsibility. Right now, you have the chance to help them all, and you're just going to give that up? There's no way I'm letting you do that. Not after what you've done. You owe me this, you snarl. The captain jolts up out of her seat, slamming her hands on the desk to square off with you. I don't owe you a damn thing. The hell you don't. You know what you've done to me. And I'm not going to let you do it again. Not when people are relying on me. You don't care what happens to you? Fine. But I care what happens to Cassie, what happens to this ship, and I'm not going to let them all down. So get your head out of your ass and help me. You're suddenly conscious of your chest rising and falling with each breath you take. Your body shaking, a prickling sensation rising up through your hands into your arms as the silence between you and the captain engulfs the room. You know what? If you're not going to help, then you can... Lieutenant, I once risked everything, you know. My reputation, my rank, everything I had. I took a chance for something that meant everything to me. I failed. But if I could take that chance again, I'd do it. Every time. It seems like that might be something you can understand better than anyone else. With a sigh, the captain stands upright and adjusts her hat and tie. If you think you need my help for this, then I'll help you. But you need to make sure you're certain about that. This may feel like life and death, but I'd recommend not rushing into things like I did. So consider this very carefully, Lieutenant. Captain. No, Lieutenant, I hadn't expected you to return to me so quickly. Have you decided that this is really what you want to do? Yes. Nice. Okay. I'm going to just save really quick again. Let's save over this file. Because that was just... Go back to the crawlways. Complete silence. You peer down the crawlway that stretches out in front of you and do your best to make out anything that might indicate where it leads you. Yeah, I think we gotta talk to all of our other vent people. Despite your best efforts, all you can make out is pure darkness. There's no movement of air, sound, or smell that could indicate where it leads. As ominous as it seems, you know you can't ignore it. You have to take every opportunity if you're going to free Cassie. You slowly crawl through the cramped passage away from the light being cast downward from the shaft containing the large fan. It doesn't take long for you to find yourself in complete darkness once again. As you work your way onwards, your hands stretched out in front of you, allowing you to tell where the direction of the crawlway changes, you eventually find yourself in what feels like a dead end. You run your hand to the right and left of the tunnel's terminus, but from what you can tell, there's no alternate route to take. Maybe you'd missed a turning earlier? As you start the awkward processing of orienting yourself to head back where you'd come from, you reach up, feeling for the top of the crawlway to ensure that you don't bang your head. Instead of the smooth paneling you'd expected to place your hand on, you encounter what feels like a lever. Alright then, let's see what this does. Crossing your fingers that you're not about to open a hatch into space, you grip the lever and push it. With surprising ease, the lever moves, and with it you feel a mechanism slide from one position to another. The panel above you shifts slightly, revealing a thin crack of light. Okay, now where are we? Pushing open the hatch above you and standing up, you look around to see that you've emerged into the airlock. You clamber out of the tunnel, lowering the hatch behind you, but not closing it entirely. The airlock, huh? You muse. Not exactly the most useful place to be, but it's better than being locked up. I'm not planning on going outside the ship anytime soon, and these won't offer much in the way of protection against firearms. It's not even worth trying the radios. Who knows who'd pick up? It might be Vanessa if I'm really unlucky. Now that I can make my way around the ship using the crawlways, I shouldn't need to do any more EVA. I really hope so anyway. Tread lightly, doing your best to keep your steps as silent as possible as you approach the central hub. You stop as soon as you reach the threshold between the airlock and the hub, and, holding your breath, listen out for any sign that Hansen and Haru might be nearby. Sure enough, you can hear the two bantering loudly from the direction of the four-side thoroughfare as they stand watch over the two crew quarters corridors. Okay, but seriously, Lord has got it down bad for you. Yeah, I'm not stupid. Trust me though, someone like her, no thanks. No way, Crois. Easy promotion right there. One and done. If you did, I bet you could get her to say anything you wanted when we get this ship back to Europa. No thanks. She's not even my type. Oh yeah, who is then? As if. The captain? Shut up, Rumney. Commander Quinn? Shut up, Rumney. The banter stops there and a silence follows. You can tell by their voices that they're both stood in the four-side thoroughfare, which gives them a clear line of sight straight through the central hub and towards the aft thoroughfare. If you left where you stood now and head further into the ship, there's a good chance that you'd be spotted. Slowly, you begin to make What the fuck? Looking back over your shoulder, you see the panel covering the ladder leading to the bridge has come loose again, dropping it from its mounts onto the floor. Hey, what was that? Man, I don't know. Sounded like something in the hub. Stay here. I'll check it out. You swear under your breath as you try to move as silently as possible back towards the airlock and quickly as you can. Once there, you pull the hatch leading into the crawlway and drop down inside, quickly pulling it shut on top of you. At least, you attempt to. As you try to pull the hatch all the way closed, you find it catching on something just before it shuts. Each time you try and force it, the mechanism makes a scraping noise, which you realize is loud enough to be heard from the hub. Hey, someone there? It's instantly apparent to you that the crawlway runs under the route from the central hub to the airlock as you hear Hansen's footfall echoing the crawlway, growing continuously closer. With one final heave, you yank the hatch with all of your strength and manage to pull it shut, swinging the lever to its original position as you do so. You sit still in the darkness, holding your breath. Piece of junk ship falling apart. You wait until Hansen's steps have completely faded away until exhaling in relief. You remain in the darkness for a few minutes, waiting until all sounds of activity from the central hub disappear and you tentatively re-emerge into the airlock. I should probably stay away from the central hub for the time being. As you twist to change your position in order to examine one of the new crawlways you found, you lay your hand on the wall and notice a slight but constant vibration. Running your hand along the paneling, you feel the occasional pulse of a more powerful, regular vibration. There's only one thing on this ship that creates a vibration like that. That's probably where this crawlway leads to. Confident that you know where this path would lead you, you resume your journey through the ship's crawlways, steadily heading from the light and towards more darkness. With a mere 2 turns, you're once again enveloped in the blackness of the ship's inner workings, and you carefully shuffle forward, making sure not to let any sudden obstacles or shift in direction catch you off guard. At first, the constant vibrations were only noticeable when you made a special effort to feel for them in the walls or floor of the crawlway. But as you continue, you start to see them passing through you, Eventually, they turn from a physical sensation to a constant noise that fills the dark tunnels. You find yourself moving in time with the rhythm that pulses through you, inching forward with each beat you feel. For every length of crawlway that you clear, the sensation grows stronger and stronger, leading you to wonder how the engines haven't shaken the ship apart yet. It's not long before you eventually turn around another corner and are met with a shower of illumination. Shafts of light that fall around you from the grating above, all the more visible due to the cloud of dust you've kicked up on your travels. Moving forward and looking up through the grating, you recognize enough machinery to know that you're near the entrance to the engineering department. You tentatively test the grating above you by pushing above it with your forearm, and find that it lifts away freely with no need to unfasten any screws, bolts, or fastenings. A welcome relief from the catches and clasps you've had to deal with so far. Twisting onto your back so that you can better manipulate the grating without creating any noise, you've only just begun to push it upwards when it slams back down into place with a loud clang. You quickly release the grating and, with no time to swivel on your front to crawl away, start shuffling back towards the dark crawlways. Before you can get out of there, you see the soles of a pair of boots step over you, clanking against the steel grill of the flooring above. Fancy meeting you here, Lieutenant Acare. With a terrifyingly effortless ease, the chief squats down and pulls the grating with one hand. With the other, she grabs you by the collar and yanks you out of the crawlway, roughly depositing you on the floor before replacing the grating. You got permission from the captain to be out and about? Chief, Hold that thought, Lieutenant. Come here. Taking hold of your upper arm with a grip far more powerful than you could have suspected, the chief begins to drag you away. You struggle to free yourself, but a combination of her raw strength and being constantly off balance makes escape impossible. Chief, hey, give me a second to explain. Chief! Chief, come on! Stopping only to swipe her key card through a terminal next to a door, the chief continues to drag you behind her as she marches onto the newly unlocked area. Only once she's put some distance between her and the entrance does she stop, throwing you in front of her as she does. All right, Lieutenant, we can talk now. Chief, damn it, I was trying to explain. Why do you think I brought you here, Lieutenant? The entrance to this department's wide open. Didn't want anyone else catching sight of you somewhere you shouldn't be. Especially not if it gets me mixed up in this whole cluster. Impressed you even managed to find your way into the crawlways, to be honest. Don't know how you got in there, though. Access from the quarters would... As the chief's attention is pulled away from you to the hypotheticals of your escape, you assume that, given she's not raised the alarm, she isn't going to be dragging you back to your quarters or handing you over to the ensigns. Oh, someone hid this in my meal. I used it too. Aha. So that's what Dees wanted it for. He told me he needed it to replace the batteries on his cassette player. I told him to bring it to me and I could install some extra long-life military-issued ones. Never seen that guy so insistent about anything the entire time I've known him. Dees, the guy who gave us the screwdriver, Desmond Dees. Dees nuts. Never seen that guy so insistent about anything the entire time I've known him, though, so I just handed it over in the end. Thought it was strange. No way he would pass up the chance to extend his player's lifespan. Should have known that he was planning something. Probably has no idea how screwed he is if he gets found out. Chief, listen. Take it easy, Lieutenant. I'm not gonna throw you in front of the new captain or her goons. Honestly, I admire the guts you've got making it this far. Have you got a brain to go with them, though? What's your plan? Gonna try and raid the armory? Take the ship back by force? Or try to sabotage it? Buy yourself some time? Because you listen to me, Lieutenant. I swear to God, if you screw with anything in here, I don't care if it's to deal with Lord, Chief! I'm not going to mess with anything, I promise. Good to know. If I've got a job here, and that's to keep this ship running. No matter who's at the helm, and if you get between me and the smooth operation of this vessel, Lord's punishment won't be half as creative as mine. Well, so, Lieutenant, what's your plan? Bartomuse and Quinn and locked up, Lord's taken control of the ship, and the crew's not got enough skin in the game to push back. Let's hear it. You take a second to assess the chief's demeanor. You could see she was stressed out by the situation, but from what you made of her, she wasn't the sort of person who'd hand you over to Vanessa as soon as you were done explaining your plan. Alright, well, the way I figure, everyone's only going along with Lord because they've got more to lose than gain if they stick up for the captain. Her accusations, but they kind of stack up if you don't look too closely. Both Captain Bartomuse and Commander Quinn were out of action when the gun dog went offline, and Quinn is the immediate suspect in the doctor's murder. But I know there's no way Quinn could have done it. There's no way she'd have done any of it. And if the captain wasn't around, I don't think that was on purpose. Not with how I saw her. If we can disprove those accusations with evidence, we can show the rest of the crew it'll be them getting charged as traitors due to this mutiny. Once we do that, they'll side with us over Vanessa easily. Even the ensigns have more sense than to stick with her. Well, you might have a point there. As it is, Lord taking command could be seen by the JCF as a reasonable course of action, given what her actions are based on. But how do you plan on proving her wrong, Lieutenant? You're gonna need some good evidence to undermine her arguments. Well, you thought that the broad strokes of the plan through, but you hadn't really had the time to consider the specifics. You've been too focused on navigating your way around the ship and finding out where you could access. I was hoping that I'd be able to get some help with that one, Chief. From you. Nice try, Lieutenant, but that's not happening. Sorry to burst your bubble, but there's no chance I'm gonna get wrapped up in Lord's games. If you want help, you're gonna need someone else. Right now, I've got to make sure these engines keep ticking over. I'm lucky if I can find the chance to get the long-range communication system back up and running before we get to Europa Colony. Chief, wait! Without giving you a chance to even try and convince her otherwise, the Chief has already turned her back on you and is striding out of the door she dragged you through earlier. Chief! You chase after her, following her through the doorway and grabbing her by the unyielding muscle of her upper arm. Chief, wait, just hear me out! In an instant, the Chief grabs your wrist, pulling your hand off her and angling your forearm away in a way that almost sends you to your feet. I told you, Lieutenant, I've got one job, making sure this ship keeps sailing. I've got nothing against you, nothing against what you're trying to do, but keep me out of it. These engines are still touch and go right now, so if you want to make it back to Europa, they're going to need my full attention. I don't have the time to get dragged into stupid little personal grudges or power plays. The Chief releases your wrist, which you draw back quickly, the pain from the awkward angle it had been held at shooting up through your forearm. I like Lord as much as you do. I'd love to see her get taken down a peg or two. Hell, I'd love to take her down myself. With that, the Chief turns on her heels and strides away towards the engine room. You chase after her, calling out to her to give you another chance to explain, but your pleas have no effect. You're being completely ignored. Eventually, she arrives at the entrance to one of the engine rooms, and before you can stop her, steps through and closes it behind her, leaving you stuck on the opposite side. Damn it, Chief! I need your help! There's gotta be something I can do to get her to listen to me. If I could talk to her one more time, I'm sure she'd come around. Still smug at how Vanessa handed you the means to get around your imprisonment, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and step into the engine room. Despite the vast size in the room, it doesn't take you long to spot the chief, who stood over a large control panel. All right, let's try again. You've been surprised at how quickly the chief dismissed you when you'd asked for help, although you'd assumed she might take a little bit of convincing and you weren't ready for her to completely reject your request like that. As you approach her, you take a few deep breaths, slowly breathing as you feel your apprehension grow. You knew by how forceful her rejection had been that this wouldn't be easy, but at the same time, you also knew that you needed to at least try and convince her to help you. Without the chief's assistance, carrying out your plan would be much more difficult. Nearing the control panel that she stood at, you let out one final long exhalation and draw yourself up to your full height. Your attempt at appearing confident more in order to convince yourself than the chief. Spatial distribution of the neutron flux shows reaction rates within parameters. That should mean energy releases. Chief, please, I really need you to hear me out. Should mean energy releases. For a moment, you consider reaching out to turn her towards you, but you know better than to try and assert yourself physically with the chief. Instead, you bring yourself closer than you're comfortable with and raise your voice. Chief, I know what you said, but please, I need your help. Lieutenant, I told you that I need to keep an eye on these engines. How'd you even get in here? Crowis not take your key card? Gotta give you points for that for tenacity. I don't think there's any ducks or crawlways leading here since... Chief, that doesn't matter right now. I know you don't want to get mixed up in this, but I need your help. I know what I need to do, but I can't do it alone. I need you, Chief. The Chief lets out a loud sigh that clearly communicates her exasperation at your persistence. You clench your teeth and take a deep breath before continuing. If you push your luck too far, you know at the very least you'll probably physically get thrown out of the room and the lock will be manually overridden. But at the same time, you're aware of how this isn't something you can simply give up on out of fear of upsetting someone. You're damn right I don't want to get involved, Lieutenant. I've got a ship to get back to Europa, and it doesn't matter who's on the bridge when it gets there. Just that it gets there. Now, whatever's happened to these engines during that blackout isn't making that job easy. For the last time, Akair, get out of my way and do what you've got to do, but leave me out of it. Or do I need to get you out of the way myself? With a single step, the Chief is right in front of you, looming over you, her bulk filling your field of vision. You instinctively go to take a step back, but stop just before you do, mustering all your confidence to stand your ground against the Chief's imposing physicality. Squandering your shoulders and widening your stance to do your best to assert yourself. Chief, I want you to get the gun dog back to Europa just as much as you do, but you know it's not about the ship. It's about the people on board. What good is getting us all back to Europa if half the crew is going to be put on trial for something that they didn't do? What's the point in making sure the engines are working if the ship could be ripped apart by some enemy machine, all because our pilots are playing security guard and there's no one to stop it? You don't look after the ship for its own sake. You look after the ship because of the crew, Chief. You know that. For a moment, you feel a flutter of relief within your chest, but you focus, not wanting to get too far ahead of yourself. It looks like the Chief is coming around to you, but you've not convinced her yet. I know that you've got important work to do right here, but if we don't deal with Vanessa now, we can't guarantee that there'll even be a gun dog to get back to Europa. Besides, we all know your work is so good that these engines won't go offline if you leave them for a few hours. You'd have made sure that. If I had better options, I wouldn't be asking you, Chief, but I need you. Please. You're telling me you're doing this for everyone on this ship, Lieutenant? Not just you and Quinn? That's right, Chief. Obviously, Commander Quinn's important to me, but I'm the ship's security officer. It's my job to make sure everyone stays safe. I can't let them down like this. I can't. The chief inhales through closed teeth and furrows her brow. Everything's stable right now. No sign of unusual output. I could... Why do this now, Lieutenant? If you think Quinn and the captain can be proved innocent, why don't you just wait till we get back to Europa? Bring it up at the tribunal. The chief raises a good point. Your intention was to prove Cassie, the captain, and yourself innocent. By rights, the tribunal that would investigate this mutiny would be the perfect place for that. But you knew it wouldn't be so simple. I get what you're saying, Chief, but Vanessa would have thought of that already. She wouldn't have done this if she didn't think she'd get away with it. It'll be like that time on the bridge earlier. You know that her story won't line up with what happened, and I bet you that she'll have adjusted the reports to support her case. That's why I need to find this evidence now. Even if I can't convince the rest of the crew to get Bartermuse back in the captain's seat, at least I'll have something I can use at the tribunal. The longer we wait, the more chance that evidence gets adjusted or deleted. Seeing the chief taking her time to consider your points, you know you're on to something. Even if she doesn't, you think they'll listen to someone who's been set up as a traitor? If Vanessa's story even seems like it holds water, they'll probably just write me off. We don't need to let it get that far. I'm sure we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's story will fall apart as soon as we get to Europa. They'll refuse to serve under her. Even Hansen and Haru won't stand up for her if they know that it'll be their necks on the line. With everyone on side, we'll stand a chance if that thing reactivates. Otherwise, we might never make it back. You make some good points, Lieutenant. The elation you feel at that response almost makes you giddy, a feeling you temper with pragmatism. You can't be sure you've convinced the chief yet. But are you sure you want to be doing this? What? Of course I need to. You're locked up now, but no one's gonna blame security for standing up for their captain, especially after everything you've done. You certainly want to be sticking your neck out like this? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Chief. Might feel that way now, a care. But step away for a second, give it some thought. Sometimes when you're trying to fix something, the real solution isn't obvious till you take some time to think it out. I'm gonna get a drink. Hold on. Back to my stream. Sometimes when you're trying to fix something, the real solution isn't obvious till you take some time to think it over. Might be other options, you know? I want you to make sure you're serious about doing this, Lieutenant. You're serious. You know that. Part of you wants to tell the chief that here and now. We probably can't get direct help from the engineer. Captain seems ready to support, but too drunk. The airlock path seems risky. Yep. But at the same time, you know that you don't want to risk pushing her too far. You've almost won her over, and if you look like you haven't thought this through, you might undo all that you've done to convince her. You breathe in and let your shoulders drop, letting some of that tension that you've built up leave your body. Yeah, okay, Chief. I'll make sure this is what I want to do. Thanks for hearing me out. No sweat, Lieutenant. Seems like your heart's in the right place. Just need to make sure your head is, too. Okay. Don't explode. Okay, my drink didn't explode. It did a little bit. Without hesitation, the chief turns back to the control panel that she'd been working on and resumes whatever it is that she'd been doing before you'd interrupted her. Hey, babe. I forgot to take my girl juice on Wednesday. Did you remember? Did you remember? I'm gonna have to do my injection tonight. Maybe there were other options, but could any of them be as good as getting to the chief to help you out? You'd have to give that some thought. Go back to engineering. Let's go to the aft thoroughfare. It's a long way from the four-side thoroughfare, but if they're paying attention, Hansen and Haru could still spot me if I head that way. I'll stick to the crawlways for now. Now we just have the sound of machinery. As you come to the level with the crawlway that branches off to your left, you notice an almost imperceptible sound echoing in the distance. You hold your breath and angle your ear towards the darkness that they come from and focus, trying to identify them. It takes you some time to be able to distinguish the faint sounds properly from the general thrum of the Gundog systems, but as you concentrate, you realize you can make out the whir of motors, the sound of metal colliding with metal, and tools being used. It's too quiet to be engineering, which means that this way must lead to... Moving away from the illuminated nexus between the various crawlways, you follow another twisting path of identical, indistinguishable tunnels, and it doesn't take long for you to find yourself in total darkness. Unlike your journey from your quarters to the lit segment you'd just taken a break at, you were so confident of where you were heading as the previously muffled sounds were growing louder with every corner you turned. The erratic noises of different pieces of machinery and equipment punctuates your journey with their irregular rhythm. Unlike the constant background noise of the engineering department, this was the sound of someone hard at work. As you continue to move through the twisting shaft, you notice a strange sense of lightness to your movements, which you initially dismiss as numbness from the time spent hunched over and crawling. It isn't until you push against the floor with one leg and inadvertently send yourself gliding forwards that you realize you're leaving the area under the influence of the ship's gravity net. You hold out your arms in front of you to ensure you don't slam face first into the end of the current length of the tunnel, thankful that you hadn't pushed with much force when you feel cool steel on your palms. Feeling around to determine the direction you'd be heading in, next you eventually identify a turn to the right, and you carefully propel yourself off the crawlway wall. Soon enough you manage to adapt to this method of movement, propelling yourself by pushing off the tunnel walls or pulling yourself along the occasional pipe or protrusion. Eventually you turn a corner and, for the first time since you started down this path, you see the faint glow of light. Moving towards it, you realize that it's the outline of a hatch built into one of the walls. Now the sounds are almost as loud as if you were in the room with the machinery. You can clearly make out the dull thrum of gantry crane moving from one end of its rail to the other, interrupted by the irregular sound of an impact driver. Once you make your way over to the hatch, you grasp its faintly illuminated handle and twist. As you feel the mechanism disengage, you slowly push it open and peer through the gap. As you'd expected, the noises had guided you to the hangar, which you take your time to carefully survey, looking out for Hansen, Haru, or any other member of the crew that you didn't want to run into. Aside from Dalton, who was hard at work on Hansen's Juno and completely unaware of your presence, you don't see anyone. All right, let's go. You perform another quick scan of the hangar just to ensure that it's still just you and the cadet who are around before kicking off a nearby wall towards Dalton. You can tell he is completely absorbed in his work, and it isn't until you lay your hand on his shoulder that he has any idea there's someone in the hangar with him. Oh, Chief, I was just finishing off the final recoupling of the new bell nozzles to the directional... Startled, Dalton swivels to face you, the look of terror on his face instantly replaced by one of pure confusion. Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Wait! What are you doing out of your quarters? You're supposed to be locked up until we get back to Europa. They said you're a traitor. Is this a breakout? You've come to take me out. It's part of your conspiracy. Oh no, help! In his panic, Dalton shoves you away from him, then turns and scrambles away using whatever purchase he can find on the armored frame's surface. Once out of your reach, he kicks off the machine. Fortunately, for you, he doesn't make solid contact, his feet instead catching it at an awkward angle, which sends him drifting away slowly despite his writhing and thrashing. By the way, see this pile of goop here? That's the giant mech we captured. Dalton, shut up and get back here! You launch yourself after him and manage to grab his ankle, anchoring yourself to the front of the Juno with your free hand before he's too far away. Despite his loud protestations and best attempts to free himself, you drag the cadet back towards the Juno. Help! I'm gonna be kick! As he continues to thrash around, it takes most of your strength to pin Dalton to the armored frame, a challenge that is made all the more difficult by the lack of gravity. Using your legs to brace yourself on a nearby safety rail, you pin him with one arm and cover his mouth with the other, making sure that he isn't going anywhere or alerting anyone. Dalton, please calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to... Cadet, get a hold of yourself! I'm not here to hurt you. That's right. Just take it easy. I'm here to let go of you, okay? I just want to talk. Apprehensively, you slowly release your grip on Dalton and remove your hand from his mouth. He slumps into the microgravity, remaining in place. But, Lieutenant, you shouldn't be out here. They said that you were a conspirator with Commander Quinn and the captain, that you had to be... Who said that, Dalton? I mean, Captain Lord and the ensign said... And do you really believe them? Well, that's, but she said... You sigh with exasperation, holding up both of your hands to stop Dalton before he spirals back into an anxious ramble. If I was a traitor to this ship, do you think I'd have done everything I've done to make sure everyone has stayed safe? Like getting the power back online, securing that machine. Look, I'm sorry I scared you, Cadet, but this is really important. Lieutenant Lord is lying about everything. Captain Bartomuse and Commander Quinn have done nothing to do with what's been happening, and there's no way that Quinn could have killed the doctor. That's why I'm here. I need your help to... Hey! You hear Ensign Rumney's call echo across the hangar. Fortunately, the two of you are behind the Juno and can't be seen from the entrance. Taking advantage of this, you shunt Dalton towards them. Using him as a distraction, you slip into the Juno's open cockpit and out of sight. For a moment, you consider closing the hatch, but you realize that there's no way Haru would miss that happening, and with Dalton floating towards them, they instantly get suspicious. Instead, you get as far back into the cockpit as you can and freeze. Whoa, geez, kid, be careful. What are you doing floating around like that? And what's with the screaming? Something happened in here? I was just what? What's going on here, huh? Holding your breath and staying still as possible as your grip tightens onto the back of this, holding your breath. Let me do this line again. Holding your breath and staying as still as possible, your grip tightens onto the back of the seat. All you can do is hope that Dalton doesn't give you away. Well, it was because Kid, spit it out. Is there something wrong with the AF? Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. Nothing. It's all fine. It's just... Seriously, what have you done? Do I need to check it out? You hold your breath and grit your teeth. The sound of what you presume was Haru knocking on the frame's armor rings through the cockpit. It was nothing. I just got the impact driver caught on my jumpsuit, and then it started going because I accidentally hit the trigger, and everything started bunching up, and I couldn't stop it because... All right, kid, okay. Take it easy. Yes, Ensign. Y'all good? Yes, Ensign. Thank you. I got it off by... Okay, cool, got it. Just, stay calm next time, all right? Yes, Ensign. I will. Sorry. All right, well, that's it. Yes, Ensign. It is. Nothing to worry about. Take it easy, kid. You remain still within the tense silence, doing your best not to move, trying as hard as you can not to even breathe. As far as you could tell, Haru had left, but you have no way of knowing for sure. Remaining motionless, you stay hidden in the cockpit until... Lieutenant? It's safe to come out now. You feel a little guilty for your paranoia, but wanting to make sure you're ready for anything, you assume Ensign Rumney is waiting in ambush and spring out of the cockpit. Fortunately, all you're met with is a still hanger and a fretful Cadet Grange. Sorry about that, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I just... Looking around to make certain that you're alone with Dalton, once again, it's a few seconds before you respond. Hey, don't worry about it, Cadet. Thank you for covering for me there. Yeah, no problem. But what do you want me for? Why are you here? I didn't want to believe what they said about you and the captain and the commander, but after they locked you up, I heard Ensign Crowis say that... Dalton, hey, calm down. It's okay. Sorry. You take a deep breath and close your eyes, sighing before you begin. Something about asking the cadet for his help seemed wrong. Although he was working on a JSCF ship, he was basically still a kid. But you knew he had the technical skills you needed. I'm here for your help, Dalton. If I can't get control of the ship back from Lieutenant Lord, then both the captain and Commander Quinn are going to get executed as traitors. I can't do it alone. I need the help of someone who knows all the systems on the ship, and that's you. You want my help? I don't think we're gonna go with Dalton. Oh my god, did my capture stop again? This fucking webcam keeps losing tracking. I might need a better webcam too. God damn it. That's right, you know your way around the ship almost as well as the chief. You could really help me out, Cadet. I don't think we're gonna go with Dalton. As you talk, Dalton begins to fidget with his gloves, glancing around nervously as he does. I've just gotta do something over there quickly! Once again, you reach out to grab him, but this time, Dalton manages to evade you. His feet firmly plant on the Juno as he propels himself towards... I've just gotta do something there! Not Dalton! Yeah, he's a good kid. He's the one who invented this, quick sealing foam that we used that we weaponized to capture the enemy mech. He's a smart kid. He's too panicky. I feel like we're gonna go with the captain. I mean, she's a drunk, but I feel like disappearing behind some of the remaining storage crate. Once again, you reach out to grab him, but this time Dalton manages to evade you. His feet plant firmly on the Juno, and he propels himself towards the opposite side of the hangar, disappearing behind some of the remaining storage crates. Damn it, Dalton. Let's go to the crawlways. And you know what? Yeah, engineer could still be on the table. She needs to work on the ship, so I think the captain is our best bet. Ah, Lieutenant, I hadn't expected you to return to me so quickly. Have you decided that this is really what you want to do? Yes, I need your help. You instinctively straighten your posture and take on a formal stance as the captain's eyes focus intently on you. There might be other options to handle this, you think. There was the chief, who probably knew more secrets about the Gundog than anyone. Dalton's knowledge of the ship's mechanisms and functionality could certainly come in useful. When it came to the knowledge of the ship, the JCF, and how to use their authority, no one would be able to compare to Captain Bartermuse. Yes, ma'am. If I'm going to rescue Cassie, if we're going to get this ship back under your control, I'm going to need your help. You're confident about that? Yes, ma'am. I can't think of anyone better. I see. If that's the case, Lieutenant Acare, I hope you have a plan. This course of action is not one I'd be considering until quite recently. You pause for a moment. Years of naval conditioning had instilled you an instinct to defer to authority, but in this case, the traditional power dynamic wasn't in effect. Glancing over to the captain's shoulder, you also see the mostly empty bottle of whiskey. Considering how much had been drunk, you were surprised at how alert and focused the captain seemed. Focused, with 2 S's. Did Bartermuse write that while she was drunk? But all things considered, it might be for the best if you're the one that calls the shots. Making use of the captain's knowledge when necessary. Right, first things first. We proved that Cassie had nothing to do with this. Our main priority is proving that she isn't a murderer. If we can do that, then everything afterwards should be easy. There must be plenty of logs confirming that what's happened has all been coincidence. If we can prove your innocence to the crew, then we might be able to get this ship back before we ever get to Europa. I see. I suppose that stands to reason. Well then, Lieutenant, lead the way. Before we go, Captain. Are you sure there isn't anything in here that's useful? Once we leave your quarters, we probably won't be coming back. It'd be too risky with Hansen stood outside. The ensign was very particular about relieving me of my access card, keys, and tokens, and the JSCF is not in the business of giving out spares. I can't get into my desk to get the access codes for the ship. The captain turns on her heels and heads towards her bedroom. You follow, stopping at the threshold between the 2 areas, and watch as she pulls open the top drawer on her dresser. Whilst the drawer is full of clothing, the captain ignores it, instead reaching underneath and towards the back of the unit. With a matter-of-fact motion, she pulls something out and presents it to you. I believe this might come in useful. You can't help but be taken aback at the captain's complete disregard for procedure. For the same reason that all weapons on board are kept in the armory, there is absolutely zero allowance for crew members to have personal weapons on board. Captain, that's... It's against regulations for the crew members to bring weapons on board. Even having that stashed away could... Is that so, Lieutenant? Do you intend to report me? I thought not. Now, Lieutenant, as before, please lead the way. Right, sure. You head over to the floor panel and, taking care to avoid the puddle of whiskey, lower yourself in. She had a gun the entire time, and not once did she ever use it. But hey, now we have a gun. Turning around, you offer your hand to the captain, who takes it and elegantly follows you into the stairway, into the crawlway. You'll need to duck for this, Captain. Following your instruction, the captain squats down and you do the same. Much like in your own quarters, you then quietly slide the floor panel into place. You find the whole process much easier this time around. And with a series of clicks, you're left in the darkness. All right then, Captain, let's go. Due to the amount of times you had stopped to guide the captain through the darkness, seemingly having to pause at every other corner to ensure she was still behind you, returning to the hub between the various crawlways takes longer than you'd hoped. Still, you'd made it eventually, and now that you had the captain on your side, you'd finally be able to do something to prove both her and Cassie innocent and regain control of the ship. You'd take the opportunity afforded to you by the larger area you're in to get off your hands and knees and sit against one of the walls, rubbing your palms together to relieve the numbness that had come with crawling for so long. Why don't we take a quick break here, Captain? Are you sure about that, Lieutenant? You were quite impassioned about this plan of yours in my quarters. I'd have thought that nothing would have stopped you from proving... the Lieutenant Commander aboard innocent. You sigh as you knead the muscles at the base of your neck in an attempt to work out some of the tension that had been building up in them from all the crawling. I'm being kissed. I'm being kissed on the mouth, chat.
You only play this game in a small window?
It fits to the screen. Also, it's like PC 98 style. It's not exactly high res. This is like the resolution that people used to play on CRTs.
I'm aware I have one right there, and it's really tiny.
Yeah, exactly. This is a retro style game. I am playing it in a small window quite deliberately. What you didn't want to tell the captain was that as you'd left your quarters behind, you'd realized that you had no idea where to begin on that particular objective. I was thinking that this would be a good opportunity to discuss how we're going to approach this. Well, I wouldn't object to a brief pause. With a level of decorum that surprises you considering both the circumstances and the amount that you knew she'd drunk, the captain brings her knees together and positions her legs to one side, whilst bringing herself into an upright sitting position. Let me know when you're willing to share the details with me. I should probably save again. Take a deep breath and hold on to it. You know what you need to do. There's no sense in delaying it any longer. You released the breath you held and turned to the captain. There was no sense in feeling that you didn't have a completely thought-out plan. It wasn't as if she could discipline you for not being prepared for duty right now. Captain? Oh. Yes, Lieutenant? Are we going over your plan now? You furrow your brow for a moment. Had the captain been falling asleep? Yes, that's right. Well, go ahead, Lieutenant. I'll be happy to provide input where necessary. Are you all right, ma'am? Quite all right, Lieutenant. Why do you ask? You lock eyes with the captain. You were confident that she had been drifting off again. Although you were effectively on equal terms right now, you were still wary about instigating any conflict. If all went to plan, she would be your captain again after all. Just checking before we begin. I appreciate the concern, Lieutenant. Now, carry on. With a sigh, you begin. The main thing we need to do is disprove Lord's justification for accusing you and Commander Quinn. Once we've done that, we can tell the rest of the crew to get them back on our side. And how would we go about doing that? Well, do you remember what she said on the bridge? Not particularly. You may recall that when Lieutenant Lord was justifying herself, I was busy trying to retrieve the wind that Ensign Crowis had so thoroughly knocked out of me. Right. Okay, Noel, thank you for stopping by. It was great to have you. Please take care of yourself. Well, a big thought of it was that she thought you and Commander Quinn were purposefully absent during the blackout. Did she now? As unfortunate as the timing was, I can assure you that it wasn't my intent to be indisposed like that. But we can deal with that because there will be records. Both incidents were reported to the doctor. He would have recorded them and written them up. His notes would show that both of your conditions were genuine. If we can find those, then that's the first step to proving that Vanessa's justification for mutiny doesn't hold water. So our first step would need to be the sickbay. There's one issue with that, Lieutenant. You lean forward. You just start feeling positive about this plan, and now the captain was throwing a problem your way. I'm kind of giving her Vanessa's voice. There's one issue with that, Lieutenant. What's that? If you'd allow me to play devil's advocate for a moment, surely if there was a conspiracy at the highest level of the crew, then documents could be faked to support it. If I was Lieutenant Lord, I'd know that I'd make sure my case was as watertight as possible. You cross your arms, considering the captain's point. But if the records were going to be faked, the doctor would need to be in on it, right? He's the only one with access to the medical files and enough medical knowledge to know what would need to be recorded. Why would you kill him if he was in on it? That's easy, Lieutenant. There would be one less liability when it came to keeping things secret. At least that way, I would see if I was indeed part of a nefarious plot to sacrifice the gun dog in the name... At least that's the way I would see it if I was indeed part of a nefarious plot to sacrifice the gun dog in the name of an enemy weapons test. You cross your arms and lean back against the cool steel of the crawlway. It was frustrating, but the captain was right. If you knew Vanessa, this was the exact kind of thing she'd have considered. Now that you mention it, Lord also accused the commander of murdering the doctor. At the time, I thought she was just looking to pin it on someone, but if she thinks your records might prove you innocent... A long silence follows, and the captain tilts her head back, supporting it with the crawlway wall. You wait for her to respond to you, but instead she remains still, breathing gently. You mull over what the captain has said and how this changes things. Even if that is the case, it doesn't make a difference. It just means that we need the medical records, and we need to prove that the commander didn't kill the doctor. To do both of those things, we're going to need to visit the sickbay. A sound justification, Lieutenant. Lead the way. Shifting back onto your hands and knees, you move towards the tunnel that you know leads to the airlock. Although it's not a direct way into the sick bay, from the crawlways you're currently in, it's the closest point you're able to get to that you know of. Making your way through the tunnels, you keep pausing to check that the captain is still close behind you, quietly warning her of upcoming turns as necessary. Eventually, you find yourself at the same dead end you'd encountered earlier. It takes a few seconds, but you locate the lever on the underside of the hatch and twist it, releasing the catch. Slowly, you push the hatch open, peering through the small gap to see if there's anyone about. Satisfied that the room is clear, you open the hatch completely and climb out of the crawlway, turning around to wait for the captain to appear and offering your hand when she does, helping her up into the room. Well, Lieutenant, I have to say that this isn't a method of traversing the ship I'd ever expected to get familiar with. Me neither, ma'am. From what I'd have heard about your exploits today, it seems that you're certainly becoming an expert on alternate ways to get around the gun dog. Are you sure you're happy in security? I would be more than willing to recommend you to the engineering department once this is all over. As you see the wry smile on the captain's face, you furrow your brow slightly. You'd only ever served under Captain Bartlemew's for a few days, but she'd definitely not come across as a woman with much of a sense of humor. Because of this, you find it difficult to tell whether this query was of genuine, mocking, or friendly banter. You're also too mentally exhausted to deal with any social complexities with much finesse, so you instead turn away from the captain and slowly walk towards the corridor connecting the airlock and the central hub. Honestly, Captain, I'm not enjoying this much. So no, not really. Staying close to the wall in case you need to duck back around the corner, should anyone walk by, you look out into the central hub. You can't see the sound of Hansen, but Haru's conversation is faintly audible. With a sigh, you rub the bridge of your nose. You'd made it this far, but you'd still need to figure out a way to get past them. Is something the matter, Lieutenant? Shouldn't we be continuing on? You cross your arms and look back over your shoulder towards the central hub. The elevators are right there, but from the sound of it, Hansen and Haru are pretty much stood in the four-side thoroughfare. If we were to just walk into the central hub, we'd be spotted for sure. We're not going anywhere unless they leave. We may need to find a different way in. Well, Lieutenant Acare, I've got quite an easy solution to do that. With a mischievous grin that catches you off guard, the captain reaches into her jacket and draws the revolver that you'd admonished her for possessing earlier. Captain, no! In an instant, you close the distance between you, grabbing the wrist and hand that holds the revolver and yanking the weapon away. Captain, damn it, we can't! Give that back, Lieutenant! You still have the captain's one wrist in hand. With her free arm, she claws at you in an attempt to get the gun. Captain, be quiet! Give me my gun! Damn it! Decocking the revolver and shoving it into the back of your waistband, you grab the captain by the waist and draw her towards you, clamping your hand over her mouth. Captain, please, calm down! You hiss into her ear as she struggles against you. Captain, please, I need you to calm down. The weapons Hansen and Haru have would blow us away before you could even get a single shot in. Remember, we're trying to win them over, not take the ship back by force. That's a fight we can't win. Can I let you go now? With the captain still subdued, you look back over your shoulder to see if you can hear anyone coming. Fortunately, there's no sound of footsteps or approaching voices. It seems that a combination of the distance between you and the four-side thoroughfare alongside the background noise of the ship did enough to make the captain's outburst inaudible to the ensigns. All right, just please be quiet, Captain. Releasing your hold on her waist and taking your palm off of her mouth, you step back. I'll have you know that, Lieutenant, laying your hands upon I'll have you know, Lieutenant, that I'll have... Okay, goddammit, this is the captain's voice. I keep getting her voice and Vanessa Lord's voice mixed up. I'll have you know, Lieutenant, that laying your hands upon a senior officer like that is a serious offense. You bite your tongue, not wanting to respond with a comment about how it's lucky for her that she's no longer your senior officer. You don't want to risk any more unpredictable outbursts. I'm sorry, ma'am, but part of my training is to disarm any party with an unauthorized weapon at the earliest opportunity. Well, I suppose I should be commending you for acting on your training so rapidly. Thank you, Captain. You don't mention that the wresting a weapon away from someone is an approach only used when you think there's an imminent risk to the armed crew member or others around them, and the normal procedure is to try to de-escalate the situation first. You can't imagine that the captain is taking that piece of judgment well. If you don't feel that the direct approach is our best option, what would you recommend we do next, Lieutenant? You turn your back to the corridor, looking towards the central hub. Your current objective is getting to sickbay. That was certain. But currently, the two ensigns were effectively in between you and where you needed to be. You couldn't just walk over to the elevators. There's no way that you could sneak by, and direct confrontation wasn't an option. As far as you knew, there were no crawlways you could access that would take you directly to the sickbay either. Hansen and Haru needed to be dealt with, but how? There's no other way. We need to get the two ensigns out of the Foreside thoroughfare without resorting to violence. What we need is a distraction. There's no sense in trying to find another way in. Those crawlways are a maze. We could spend between here and Jupiter trying to explore our way around them and still not find a route into sickbay. We need to get them out of the Foreside thoroughfare. I agree, Lieutenant. Do you have any idea on how we'd accomplish that? Well, I was thinking we could do something in the hangar. The hangar, Lieutenant? That's right, ma'am. I don't think there's anywhere else on the ship we can get to or do enough to create a distraction that would keep the ensigns away for long enough without putting the ship at risk. Except for the hangar. With that machine in there right now, anything that happens would be treated like a genuine emergency. At least it should if Lord's got any sense. So if we could draw them there, and I imagine they'll be there for a while making sure everything's okay. Good thinking, Akare. A distraction in the hangar it is. So then, how does one go about getting to the hangar through the crawlways? Well, it's actually pretty straightforward. You explain the route to the hangar, referencing the spot with the fan in which you'd come up with your plan and together as a waypoint. You make sure to let the captain know about the gravity net disappearing slightly before you arrive, conscientious about the impact a surprise loss of gravity may have on someone who's consumed so much Europa special blend. After all, if you're going to be crawling through those tunnels together, the last thing you want is another unwelcome obstacle. I suppose that doesn't sound too complicated. All right then, Lieutenant. You stay here and wait for the signal. I'll be sure to make it suitably obvious. Wait, Captain, you can't go alone. Why not, Lieutenant? You pause for a moment, knowing full well that you can't respond with your concerns about how drunk she is and how that makes her a potential liability which needs to be monitored. I just think we need to stick together. If we get separated, then we can't help each other out when something goes wrong. It's too risky. Whilst I appreciate the concern, I believe I'm more than capable of handling myself. But we haven't agreed on the distraction either. Believe it or not, Lieutenant Akare, I'm able to make quite the fuss when the need arises. I can manage perfectly well on my own. Besides that, if my distraction doesn't keep the ensign's attention for long, then we don't want to waste all of our time returning from the hangar to this airlock. At least one of us needs to be ready to take immediate advantage of it. As much as you want to argue, her last point in particular is that one you'd make yourself if you'd not been preoccupied with her condition. The captain's resolve was plain to see, and you could tell there was no use dragging this out with an argument. All right, I'll wait here. Very good, Lieutenant. With that, the captain heads back into the hatch leading into the crawlway and, with continuously surprising elegance, lowers herself down into the tunnel. As she crawls out of view, you lower the hatch behind her until it slots into place, becoming flush with the flooring around it. For the next 20 minutes, you do your best to wait patiently until there's the same sign of the captain's distraction, but your restlessness leads you to pacing back and forth in the area of the room out of view of the corridor. Eventually, you begin to wonder if the captain's either got lost in the crawlways or has been caught. As much as you want to head into the tunnels yourself, you resist. Knowing your luck, the captain would start her distraction just when you'd traveled far enough to not be able to return in time. Although you can't go through the tunnels to check on her, you realize that you see if Hansen and Haru are both. You realize that you can see if Hansen and Haru are both still present. If they are, then she must be safe. You can't imagine Dalton having the courage to apprehend the captain, even if he thinks she is a traitor. You stand by the entrance into the corridor that links the central hub and listen out for the two pilots. In the distance, you can still hear the casual back and forth between Hansen and Haru. As Ten says, it makes you to know that two people who have a high probability of shooting you on sight are so close. It's also reassuring that if they're both there, it means the captain has remained undetected. Looking down at your watch to see the seconds and minutes count down, you can't help but wonder where she is. Your thoughts a tug of war between trusting her and staying here, or going to find her. With a sigh, you look back towards the hatch. At this point, it's been too long. You'll have to. You're thrown forward as the ship shakes around you, only avoiding falling by grabbing onto the wall. Captain, what the hell have you? Above you, a speaker crackles to life as an announcement is carried over the ship's intercom system. This is Captain Lord. I want all hands to the hangar on the double. I repeat, this is Captain Lord. All hands are to report to the hangar on the double. Now! The sound of Vanessa's panicked anger echoes throughout the ship as the same announcement sounds from speakers all along the entire length of the thoroughfares. You hear the two engines exchange some quick words before the sound of their boots ring out against the steel flooring, letting you know they're heading to the hangar. You begin to creep down the corridor towards the elevators, stopping short of entering the central hub as you hear another crew member approaching from the aft thoroughfare. Ducking down by the wall to your right, you watch as the chief sprints by, muttering angrily to herself. As she heads away towards the hangar, you make a break for the elevator door, slamming the call button. Come on, come on, come on! You repeatedly tap the button, thankful that due to its emergency nature, the sickbay doesn't need you to swipe your keycard to access it, instead relying on simply using a bioscanner to log whoever enters. Let's go already, let's go, let's... As the door begins to open, you immediately slip through the gap, hitting the door close button as soon as you're inside. With a sigh of relief, you lean back against the cool metal wall and feel yourself begin to move downwards. You can't allow yourself too long to relax as you begin to think about what exactly the captain had done in the hangar to create her distraction. As you feel the elevator's descent slow, you stand back up and sigh. Hopefully whatever it was hadn't damaged the ship too badly. You survey the elevator for any indication that what the captain had done had damaged the ship. Thankfully, the emergency lighting hadn't come on, and everything seemed to be operating as intended. Shrugging inwardly, you shield your eyes as the doors open and expose you to the harsh glare of the sickbay lights. For now, you just have to trust her. You emerge slowly and silently into the sickbay, scanning the room as soon as your eyes have adjusted to the light. At first glance, you don't see any sign of the attacker who'd knocked you out the last time you were here, but you're careful to check behind the doctor's desk as well as other blind spots within the room. Once you're confident there's no one else in here with you, your shoulders drop and you release the tension that you'd been carrying. Without any obvious threat, you take your time going over the room. Everything was as you remembered it being. No one had even gone to the effort of cleaning up the shattered glass that covered the floor in front of the medicine cabinets. You take a small amount of solace in the fact that if you were lucky, it meant that everything else in the room had been left alone too, including any evidence that might absolve Cassie or the captain. Okay, where to begin? The doctor's desk. If there are any documents that will come in useful, they'll be in there. Let's see. Much like the O'Brien, the glass fronts on the cabinets that stored the various medicines and treatments had all been smashed with fragments covering the floor. You do your best to avoid disturbing anything, but still manage to crunch a few pieces underfoot as you look at the broken edges of the glass that remains in the cabinet doors. No blood, no fabric, nothing caught on these shards. You step back to get a better look and hear something crinkle as you step on it. Turning back, you see what it was you kneel down to pick up. Nutri-Shake mix. You turn the packet in your hands and notice that it's completely empty, just like what happened on the O'Brien. I know it wasn't Cassie who killed the doctor, and since this is the same thing that happened on the O'Brien, does that mean it's the same killer? Could it be whoever's piloting that machine? We've not seen any sign that anyone's been able to leave it. And why would they kill 2 doctors just over nutritional shakes? It doesn't make any sense. Heading over to the emergency beds, you do a quick visual review that doesn't reveal anything unusual. Despite this, you take some extra time to go over them, peering into all the little nooks and crannies where the padded top joins the frame. You pay careful attention, looking for any unusual markings or damage, or signs that someone else may have been around them apart from Cassie and the doctor. Unfortunately, the only thing that you can find that would be considered out of the ordinary is an empty chocolate bar wrapper stuffed under the pillow alongside a few crumbs on the covering. You didn't need to be an expert tracker to know who had been here. Performing one final investigations, you check under the beds and notice a familiar purple wrapper. You got a silent voice. Oh, this must have been dropped down when they took her away. Don't worry, Cassie. I'll get this to you soon. The doctor's desk. It's probably my best bet of finding something useful. Moving around to the side of where Dr. Rosarium typically sat, you're relieved to find that the drawers are unlocked. You take a thick pile of files out of the top and begin flicking through them, looking for anything useful. There's gotta be something here, you think. But there's a huge number of documents within the stack of folders that you'd taken, more than you could easily skim through. After a few minutes, you place them down on the table and try the second drawer. This time a smile crosses your face as you pull out the doctor's data pad. Jackpot! Pulling a sticky note off the screen and placing it back into the drawer, you took the device out of view. Okay, that's a weird. Pulling a sticky note off the screen and placing it back into the drawer you took the device out of, you inspect it, looking for the power button. You find it and flick a switch on the back of the datapad, watching the screen slowly illuminate as the device comes to life, the sound of a drive within it beginning to spin and letting you know it's still functional. Alright, I guess this will have all the information I need. Your elation is immediately wiped away as you're faced with a login prompt. Oh, come on! You place the datapad down to the desk along with the pile of files and sit down in the doctor's chair, placing your head in your hands. You had no expectation that this endeavor would be easy, but you'd been hoping at the very least it would have been simple. Unfortunately, that did not look like it would be the case. After taking a few moments to silently fume at the challenges that were being thrown your way, you realize there's nothing you can do but move forward. This can't be it. There's gotta be something I can do. With a long exhalation, you stand up, looking around the sick bay. You'd come this far, you weren't going to give up yet. You go over to the doctor's desk and start looking through the files on the table. From what you can tell, a lot of it is administrative. Records of medication orders, historic treatment reports, nothing that seems like it could help you log into the datapad. With the exception of a few scribbled amendments on some of the pages, everything is printed out, making it unlikely you'll ever find a note of his password anywhere. You move on to the drawers. Aside from some loose electrical plugs and wires, the top one is empty. Looking at the drawer that you took the datapad out of, you see the sticky note that you'd been peeled off of it earlier. If his password was going to be anywhere, it'd be here. Device asks me to press any key to continue. Ask Cathay. Device asks me to press any key to continue. Ask Cathay's location of any key. Not visible on keyboard. That fucking Simpsons joke. Where's the any key? The doctor cannot be serious. Okay, so any key. So we can't use that. You look around the room in okay, sorry, someone's coming in. You look around the room in desperation for somewhere to conceal yourself so that you can either stay unnoticed by whoever enters or get the drop on them if necessary. With the surgery wing locked and the emergency beds adds nothing more than suspended platforms, you're left with one option. Just as the door slides open, you dive behind the desk, trying to tuck yourself into what little space there is underneath it. The elevator, someone's on the elevator coming down. Remaining as quiet as you can, you listen to the sound of footsteps crossing the room towards your position. The footsteps move from the elevator into the sickbay and pause briefly before carrying on towards your hiding spot. You hear the sound of someone leafing through the files you'd left on the desk, stopping after a minute or so and then heading towards the medicine cabinets. From your limited view, you're able to make out that whoever it is in the room with you is wearing a pair of heels, sheer tights, and a skirt, making it one of two people. You cautiously creep out from under the desk, preparing to assault the room's other occupant from behind if necessary. Fortunately, as soon as you leave the desk, you see that the woman facing away from you is wearing a leather jacket. back of which is half covered by a cascade of honey blonde hair. Captain. Yeah! You manage to dodge the open palm that swings down towards you, but only just. The step you take is to evade it causes you to trip on a carton of tablets and you staggered backwards, catching yourself on the doctor's desk. Captain, it's me! Damn it, a care! What exactly do you think you're doing sneaking up on me like that? Sorry, ma'am. I was hiding just in case one of the ensigns had come in. Well, I'd appreciate it if you were more overt in future. I don't want to have to keep my eyes peeled for you as well as the rest of the crew. Understood, ma'am. So, Lieutenant, I hope that your investigation has been fruitful. I'd hate for what happened in the hangar just now to have been for nothing. Well, you trail off, aside from an inaccessible data pad, you didn't have anything to show for whatever chaos the captain had caused. I've managed to find the doctor's data pad, but apart from that, I can't get into the surgery ring to check over his body, and there's nothing in the room that sheds any light on what happened. Information on the data pad should be more than enough. What does it say? You clench your throat as you pick the device up from the desk and pass it to the captain. I haven't been able to log into it, ma'am. There's no sign of his key card. No indication that he wrote his password down anywhere. No, ma'am. What about these files on the desk? Nothing useful that I've seen, but I've not checked them thoroughly. Remaining silent, the captain pulls the chair out from underneath the desk and sits in it, placing her head into her hands. So that's no progress on the investigation, Lieutenant Care? That's right, Captain. You hear a long, drawn-out sigh before the captain lowers her hands onto the desk and looks up. In that case, I'll carry on through these documents in case any of them are relevant. I want you to take another look around the room. Hopefully, there's something you've overlooked. Yes, ma'am. Oh, what's this? You look to the captain and see that she'd found the sticky note that you'd read earlier. Don't worry about that, Captain. It's just... Before you can finish letting her know that it isn't worth her time, you see the captain scan the writing on it. The edges of her lips curl upwards slightly. That's Dr. Rosarium for you. Literal to a fault. Still, I supposed he was just ensuring he was compliant about following instructions. Unlucky for us that he couldn't have been a bit more relaxed about cybersecurity. Literal to a fault. So the datapad works then. At least it wasn't damaged when he was attacked. True, but we've got no idea what his password might be. All I've been able to find was this sticky note. What's that, Lieutenant? Wordlessly, you pass her the note as her eyes scan the writing on it. The edges of the captain's lips curl upwards slightly. We read this. It's literal. He's literal. Wait. Well, Lieutenant, I still think it's worth trying. What do we know about Dr. Rosarium? Well, I guess he's extremely matter-of-fact, to the point, literal, like you said. I wonder... Alright, let's give this a try. I guess that wasn't it. Not that either. Wait a minute! I thought because he's bad with computers it'd be something stupid like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Are you... Dr. Rosarium, you cannot be serious. His password was password! What was it, Lieutenant? Password, as in enter password. A broad smile cracks the captain's typically reserved countenance, and she throws back her head, laughing loudly. Continuing to laugh, the captain bends forwards, her face obscured by her hair cascading down in front of her as her shoulders rise and fall. Eventually, she regains her composure and sits up, wiping a small tear from the corner of her eye, a smile still on her face. As I said, Lieutenant, literal to a fault. Her smile fading, the captain adjusts her hat and jacket and turns back to the reports that she'd been reading. You've done good work, Lieutenant. Now please, see if there's anything on that datapad that can exonerate myself and Miss Quinn. Yes, Captain. This looks like it contains the medical records of everyone on board the Gundog. We're gonna fucking save right here. If I go any further, I'll be looking at some really sensitive material, but there could be something in here that helps me. I need to make sure I only look at what I need to. Ah, Captain. Recent update. Maris Bartlemuse, date of birth 09-07-172, place of birth Io Colony 112. Blood type O positive. Recent update. Attended quarters following notification by crew member 23-04-204-415. Patient was discovered unresponsive due to alcohol induced by vasalgia. Level of consumption indicates undiagnosed alcoholism. Diagnosed with dysthymia 09212. It says here that the doctor found you unresponsive due to a condition. But that's enough to show that you weren't just ignoring your duties when the Gundog's power went off. Well, that's excellent news, Lieutenant. Good work. Carry on and see if you can find something that rules out Commander Quinn's participation in Lieutenant Lord's ridiculous assumed events, and then we should have what we need. Yes, ma'am. Cassandra. Haru Rumney. Date of birth 13-04-192. Place of birth gas extraction ring 73. Blood type B positive. Investigated for enhanced sensory potential following 3 consecutive wins in youth frame racing championships. Results inconclusive. Further assessment required. Vanessa Lord. Date of birth 31-01-190. Place of birth Jupiter Central 02. Blood type O negative. Recurring complaints about low impact conditions. No positive diagnosis to date. Potential hypochondria. Dalton Grange. Place of birth 21-05-196. Place of birth Elara Colony 007. Blood type B positive. Generalized anxiety disorder. Ongoing treatment SSRI 50 milligrams daily. Ongoing counseling. Dylan Dees. Date of birth 10-11-182. Place of birth Ganymede Colony 1S. Blood type AB positive. Medical notes nut allergy. Hanson Cruz. Date of birth 17-05-190. Place of birth Europa Colony 08. Blood type B negative. Diagnosed with complex post-traumatic stress disorder at 05-210. Recent update. Severe fracture of ulna due to trauma from sudden impact whilst piloting armored frame. Automated ossification procedure commenced and completed by 1923. No indication of long-term damage. Mackenzie Cathay. Date of birth 20-03-169. Place of birth Ganymede Colony 1B. Blood type AB negative. Left shoulder joint internally augmented following injuries sustained 09/2/09. Cassandra Quinn, date of birth 01/01/189. Europa, place of birth Europa Colony 1, blood type O negative. Recent update. Patient delivered to sick bay unconscious at 13:32, 23:04/214. Recent update. Sudden onset migraines and loss of consciousness as of 23:04/241. Current scans remain inconclusive. Indications of neurological condition. Will require escalation to the Colony Medical Center if scan set 3 provides no avenue for effective treatment. Diagnosed with gastric distress linked to synthetic ingredients in onboard food stores. Ongoing treatment. Standard meals to be substituted for NutriShake powders. 50g serving 3 times daily. Well, Lieutenant, ma'am, now that you have access to the doctor's datapad... Okay. Why did it suddenly... Loss of consciousness. What should I be finding here? Has refused antidepressant medication and counseling. Discretion to forego mandatory counseling provided by Admiral Bartermuse. Chronic hypertension. Okay, but I got the thing. Shouldn't that trigger the... Shouldn't that trigger? Maybe do I have to reload the save? So we got... Oop. Maybe I'm only supposed to look at what I need to look at. Maybe that fucked it. Ah, did I just fuck up? Did I fuck it up? No, don't overwrite the save. How do I proceed? How... I looked at Cassie's file. I looked at Cassie's file. Let's see. Oh, we were supposed to look at task. Assigned to Dr. Safer Rosarium, patient Cassandra Quinn. Initial comprehensive review completed 1402. Neuroimaging set 1, neuroimaging set 2, supply painkillers and sedatives. Neuroimaging set 3. Here we go, Captain. I found something about Commander Quinn. Very good, Lieutenant. Is it useful? I think so. It says here that he gave her sedatives at 21:22. It was around 21:30 when I came down and found the doctor dead before getting attacked. There's no way that she could have attacked him if she'd just been sedated, let alone kill him. An excellent point, Lieutenant. That should be quite compelling evidence. With that record of the commander's sedation and my indisposition, I think we have everything we need to prove that we to prove from the doctor's records. With that, let me do that line again. With this record of the commander's sedation and my indisposition, I think we have everything we need from the doctor's records to prove that we weren't purposely absent. Wouldn't you say? I think so, ma'am. This should do it. I think the contents of that data pad should be sufficient evidence that neither the commander nor I were shirking our duties as Lieutenant Lord has suggested. Wouldn't you say? Yes, ma'am. It's pretty conclusive stuff. That just leaves us to prove that Miss Quinn had nothing to do with Dr. Rosarium's murder. Yeah. You look towards the frosted glass of the surgery wing. If the doctor's body was going to be anywhere, it'd be in there. If nothing in the room could help you prove that Cassie wasn't the murderer, then the doctor's body was your best bet. I mean, the fact that she was sedated, you knew what you had to do, as unappealing as it was. You stand in front of the closed doorway to the surgery wing and tap on the frosted glass. You knew the glass was used as the same kind as what's used in the window on the bridge, and it would be pretty much impenetrable to conventional weapons, let alone what you had at your disposal. You've not been able to find the doctor's key card, and without it you won't have much of a chance of getting in. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and wait for it to open. Instead, you're met with a harsh series of digital tones. Access denied. Insufficient authority. Figures. Your eyes linger on the terminal for a few more seconds as you think about everything you've gone through in the past few days involving bypassing these devices or the doors attached to them. Captain, just a quick question. You look over to see the captain with a stack of papers in one hand and the other hand rubbing her temples. She looks every bit as frustrated as you feel. There's no way to bypass these terminals without a card, is there? Placing the paper down, the captain swivels the chair to face you. What do you mean? I was just thinking, there's no manual override or something? No special captain's code that the rest of the crew doesn't know about? The captain continues to stare at you, filling you with a vague sense of unease that you can't quite tell what the expression on her face means. Is it disdain, or is she... With a start, she stands up from her chair and approaches the terminal you're stood by. You quickly step aside as she grasps it in both hands, drumming her long nails on the side of the unit. After a brief pause, she begins to pull on the terminal, stopping for a moment to work her nails underneath a ridge that runs along the edges of its screen and then continuing. After a minute or so of fruitless yanking at the device's casing, the captain stops and turns to you. I don't suppose you happen to have something I could use to pry this open, do you, Lieutenant? Oh, Perfect, thank you. You pass the screwdriver to Captain Bartomuse and continue to observe in silence as she works its tip between a gap in the terminal's casing. With a sharp snapping sound, the screen comes away in her hand, remaining connected to the main body of the unit by a long ribbon cable. They use these same terminals at the Academy. If you wanted to sneak out, you needed to learn how to get around them. You smile awkwardly at the captain's brazen display of pride in her ability to get around the security device. In all your time as a security officer, you've never seen anyone break so many rules. More than that, you'd never seen anyone be so good at not getting caught. So is that it? Will the door open now? Were you expecting it to be that easy, Lieutenant? Well, get over here. What am I looking at, Captain? A mini-game puzzle. It's a simple mechanism, a combination of digital and physical security. When the computer detects the correct clearances on a keyboard, when the computer directs the correct clearance on a key card, these nodes redirect the necessary power to the lock, disengaging it. You can get around it by manually rotating them to divert power to the door, letting you open it without needing a card. Oh, right. Is there a problem, Lieutenant? I just didn't realize the security terminals were so easy to bypass. Why are we using something like this? Years ago, the JUCF used to manufacture and export these. They overproduced them, though, and once a better security system was created, there were masses of them left over. We all know, the JUCF adage, waste not, want not. I guess that makes sense. Well, get to it. Captain, if you've got experience with these, can't you do it? Lieutenant? Ma'am, I don't wish to give you any cause for concern, but I don't think I'm in a fit state to be adjusting electronics right now. Right, of course. Wait, does that mean this is dangerous? That's not gonna work. I think I see what we're supposed to do. I think I see the puzzle. There we go! After a final rotation, you hear a click as the locking mechanism engages and the door slides open. Ha! Yes! Excellent work, Lieutenant. Thank you, Captain. Although I've never seen someone so excited to enter a room containing a dead man. You'd been so focused on disengaging the locking mechanism that you'd entirely forgotten why you were doing it. With the door open, you can now see into the surgery wing. Sure enough, there's the doctor, lying on an operating table. You shiver as you're hit with a blast of cold air. Whoever had left him in here must have turned the temperature down as low as possible to preserve his body. As the chill begins to fill the rest of the sickbay, you instinctively run your arms to warm them. You knew that you'd always planned to get in here to examine his body, but now that it was possible, it was much less appealing. I know what I've got to do, but... You take a deep breath and steel yourself from what will come next as you step into the surgery area. You'd never been in here before, although when the glass hadn't been frosted, you'd been able to look in on the few occasions you'd been in the sick bay. Still, proximity to the automated surgical assistants made them much more intimidating. A series of long, thin mechanical appendages were suspended from a collection of disc-like objects which themselves were attached to the room's ceiling by various supports, cables, and tubing. The room's temperature was so low you could see your own breath, which turned to condensation on certain parts of the machines, glinting with caught light as you moved around them. Directly underneath all of this was the body of Dr. Cypher Rosarium. You shudder as you approach the corpse. Although you'd encountered the bodies of the crew on the O'Brien, these weren't people that you'd interacted with, spoken to, people you've known. Laying here at the table, the lack of vital essence in the doctor was tangible, as sedated as he'd been when he was alive. Seeing him like this made your stomach turn. Even the light in his mechanical eye was... Wait. Captain. mechanical prosthetics don't run on power from the body, do they? You call out. There's a short pause before the captain appears at the doorway, apparently unwilling to come in further. Not that I'm aware of, Lieutenant. No. As far as I've been briefed, the doctor's various cybernetics are all powered by industrial-grade power cells. We've got a small, non-standard stock on board just for him. Not many, though. Because of their use, they're designed to last for weeks at a time in any circumstances. As the captain continues to talk about what she knows of the doctor based on the accommodations that came with him being part of the crew, you gingerly investigate his arm. At first, you try moving the fingers, which yield with minimum effort, indicating that whatever servos inside of them that used to move the joints were no longer functioning. A check inside the wrist and elbow joints suggests the same thing. You sweep the hair out of the way of his mechanical eye and look it over. But you can't spot any switch or toggle that looks like it could power the device on or off. Did his mechanical eye catch video of his murderer? Because if so, that would be incredible. What you do notice is a singeing along the edges of where the device meets the doctor's skin, with the lens of the eye surrounded by a ring of black. Laying the doctor's hair back as it had been, you turn to the captain. But we kept far more than necessary, especially considering that he'd just installed a new set just before we departed. Wait, so... these parts shouldn't have shut down. They're saying that his prosthetics should still be functional. As far as I'm aware, yes, they should. They're not. So if something was able to damage them enough to knock them out of action, you take another look over the doctor. Unlike with Dr. DeBoer, there were no bruises or signs of physical trauma. You also couldn't see any surface-level damage to the cybernetics. Something must have damaged their internals, and based on these scorch marks, I bet that would have been a huge electric shock. Just like on the O'Brien. Unless the doctor had been meddling with an electrical supply and engineering, there's nothing on board that could have done this except for a stun gun. Captain, it wasn't me! Don't worry, Lieutenant. Freeing me only to walk me through exactly how you murdered someone would be an interesting choice. One I don't see you making. Although it does raise questions. But it gives us one right answer at least. Agreed. Since we have what we've come for from here, can I suggest we leave the doctor in peace? Yes, ma'am. As the captain steps away from the doorway, you follow her out. Turning to the terminal, you reset the components, causing the door to hiss shut. You catch one final glance of the doctor before the door closes, and you sigh, sorry that you couldn't have done more for him before this happened. With a shiver, you replace the top of the terminal's casing, causing the screen to flicker back to life. Well, Lieutenant, I think the contents of that data pad should be sufficient evidence that neither the commander nor I were shirking our duties as Lieutenant... Oh, this is Captain Bartomuse. I think the contents of that data pad should be sufficient evidence that neither the commander nor I were shirking our duties as Lieutenant Lord has suggested, wouldn't you say? Yes, ma'am. It's pretty conclusive stuff. And given the conditions of the doctor's body, we know that he was dispatched via a means that the commander wouldn't have access to. Do you think this will suffice to prove our innocence in the eyes of the crew, Lieutenant? Well, it might, but I don't think it'll be enough, We need to do more than prove it wasn't you. We'll need to prove who it was. I see. I can't argue with you there. But how exactly do you plan on achieving that? Well, I was thinking... The doctor kept logs of everything, right? That's one of the ways we've been able to show you and Commander Quinn had nothing to do with this. That reminded me about how everything on this ship is logged or reported in some way, like entering the armory or accessing the central computer. What are you getting at, Lieutenant? This ship, Captain, it records everything that happens. Who opens doors, where they do it, when it happens. If weapons are taken... The ship, Captain, it records everything that happens. Who opens doors, where they do it, when it happens, if weapons are taken. Everything. If we access those logs, we can see exactly what happened and prove who did it. Once we've got the actual culprit, and when we can prove without a shadow of the doubt you and Commander Quinn are innocent. A valid point, Lieutenant. But where are you suggesting we go to do that? Well, I was thinking we'd head to the... central computer. All the alerts might get sent to the bridge, but everything on this ship is run by the central computer. So the data will be stored there. If we access it, we can get everything we need without having to risk going anywhere near Vanessa or the ensigns. Once there, we can check all the logs for the crew's locations. If we're lucky, we might be able to spot suspicious activity, too. Very well then, Lieutenant. If that's the plan, then I say we head over to the central computer immediately. I don't think there's anything more for us here, do you? Not anymore, ma'am. Then let's depart. With her typical confident stride, the captain walks past you and towards the awaiting elevator. No, thank you for the hug, Moogle. Kupo, Kupo, Kupo. For all of her airs, you notice a slight totter in her step, reminding you that she was still someone who had recently imbibed almost a full bottle of whiskey. You follow her in, moving to stop her from immediately pressing the button that will take you to the central hub. Lieutenant? We're going to have to be careful, ma'am. There's a chance that the ensigns are back on guard outside your quarters. So what do you propose? Well, you rub the back of your neck as you attempt to devise a way to get you past the two pilots without being noticed. You're just forming the beginnings of a plan when the captain suddenly lunges towards the button and hits it, causing the doors to close and setting the elevator in motion. Captain! I'm sure we'll manage to figure it out, Lieutenant. You curse silently as you feel the elevator ascend. The journey in your sudden panic does not offer anywhere near enough time to come up with a plan as the elevator slows to a halt and the doors open. You thrust your arm out in front of the captain to prevent her from walking into the central hub and slowly begin to lean out past the doors, listening for any sign that the ensigns have returned. There's no conversation or activity that you can make out. Instead, all you hear is the ambient noise of the ship's systems. Oh, I'll give you pets, Moogle. Give you pets, little head scritches as you sit by my feet. You take a few more steps forward, highly aware of the sound of your steps on the steel floor ringing out in near silence. Eventually, you creep all the way over to the entrance to the four-side thoroughfare and look around. With a sigh of relief, you head back to the captain. Well, looks like they're still in the hangar. Whatever you did must have kept them distracted. I told you I was quite capable of making a scene, Lieutenant. But we shouldn't waste time. They could still be back at any moment. Right, let's get moving. With the captain following close behind, you head straight towards the engineering department and the central computer that awaits within. You're halfway down the aft thoroughfare when you hear the captain's footsteps stop. Turning around, you find her inspecting the terminal next to the armory. Captain, come on! Captain, come on! What are you doing? Wait a moment, Lieutenant Acare. Even when we've got all the evidence we need, there's every chance that Lord and the ensigns won't listen to reason. Don't you think we might be a bit more persuasive if we were to be properly armed? I think it'd be worth handing this terminal as you did, the one in the sickbay, and getting some weapons from the armory. You pause. The captain was right, but at the same time, unlike the terminal in the sickbay, this one was right in the middle of the ship, clearly visible from both engineering and all the way down the four-side thoroughfare. The ensigns weren't here now, but there was a chance they could be back at any minute. I think it's worth the risk. I think that's a good idea. Even with your revolver, we wouldn't stand much of a chance if they resorted to using their weapons. Such a beautiful voice Neri has. Thank you, Moogle. We need something to even the odds, but I'll need you on lookout. Do you think you could keep an eye on the hangar entrance in case they come back? Shouldn't be a problem. Just make sure not to take too long. Sure, of course. You're already using your screwdriver to pry the top off the unit before the captain heads away towards the opposite thoroughfare. No, not that way. 30 seconds. Fuck. Not good, not good, not good. Oh, fuck. Got it! 5 seconds left. Oh, boy! As the door into the armory slides open, you whistle and wave the captain over. You spend a few seconds being surprised at how quickly she closes the gap between the two of you. You've never thought of the heels that certain Jovian officers wore to be the kind of shoes you could run in, but the captain was actively disproving that. Without waiting for her, you slip through the door. Now inside the armory, you take a look around. Everything was as you'd expected it. You head towards the locker that Hansen and Haru would have removed their weapons from, and notice that although they'd done a good job of disguising the fact that guns had been taken, there were still a few telltale signs. You spend some time looking through the glass at the various weapons within, deciding what would be the best option for if things turned violent. It wasn't a thought you enjoyed, even if they were part of a mutiny. Your training as a security officer had a strong focus on never using lethal force against other crewmates. Unfortunately, in this kind of scenario, you weren't sure you would be left with much a choice. You're assessing the various lethal weapons that you could choose from when the captain appears beside you. So, Lieutenant, have you made your choice? You nod towards a submachine gun. That's what Hansen's armed with, so it would put me on equal footing with him at the very least. The only issue is this. You move towards the lock placed on the weapons locker. If I try to open this, it'll send an alert up to the bridge, like the one you would have got when I took my electroshock weapon. There's no way for me to get it out without alerting Lord. I could try taking the casing off, but this lock looks different to the doors I've opened so far. Lieutenant Acare, you really need to start thinking a bit more outside of the box. What do you? Before you can stop her, the captain pulls her revolver out from where you'd stuffed it into your waistband and brings it up in front of her, firing 3 shots into the glass before it shatters. Captain! Walking over to the broken glass, the captain takes hold of one of the submachine guns and hands it to you. You got a submachine gun. Am I wrong in assuming that we don't have the luxury to be wasting more time on these locks, Lieutenant? You look back to the captain as you grab a few magazines from the locker, checking for any damage from the captain's creative method of gaining access. No, ma'am, but then consider it a problem solved. Stuffing her revolver back into her jacket pocket, the captain leaves you to finish inspecting the magazines. Satisfied that you've got enough ammunition, you join her by the door, looking around for anyone who may have heard the gunshots. Luckily, the thoroughfares remain empty. The airtight nature of the armory door, coupled with the noise from the nearby engineering department, seems to have done enough to muffle the sound. All right then, let's go. It doesn't take long for the two of you to travel the remainder of the aft thoroughfare and arrive in engineering. Once there, you slip behind the first, most obtrusive piece of machinery you can find before carefully peering out to check your path to the central computer is clear. With the captain close behind, you dash along the various catwalks that take you to where you need to be. Fortunately for both of you, your path is clear, and it doesn't take long before you're at the entrance to the central computer. Here we are. Pulling Cassie's key card out of your pocket, you slide it through the card reader on the terminal, and the door hisses open. You wave the captain inside and take one last look to ensure you've not been spotted before following her in. You'd had first-hand experience of how small this room was, but now that you were inside with the captain, you quickly come to the conclusion that it was never designed for more than one occupant. The two of you awkwardly shift around, each of you doing your best not to press into the other. However, standing side by side and facing the large monitor in front of you, it's impossible for you to not nudge or jostle each other when making the slightest movement. With a frustrated sigh, the captain begins to type rapidly on the keyboard, bringing up a selection of different windows and screens. There we are, Lieutenant. It seems that our new captain doesn't have the technical wherewithal to restrict access to the system. Given that we appear to have complete digital freedom, what were you intending to look for? Well, I was thinking that if we could see whoever the bioscanner logged accessing the sickbay just before I went to visit Commander Quinn, that should show us who murdered the doctor. That shouldn't be too hard. The captain mutters to herself as her fingers fly deftly over the keyboard. Given that you'd only ever used the essential functions on your terminal, you were amazed to watch the captain navigate various windows, menus, reams of data, and commands with such swiftness. Within seconds, it all coalesces into a small series of windows, each one titled with the crew member's name and followed by a list of where and when they'd be accessed anywhere using their keyboards. There. Every crew member, and a chronological list of everywhere they've been logged, entering, or leaving, starting with the most recent locations. You detected a hint of smug pride in the captain's voice as she presented her handiwork to you. That's great, Captain. Thank you. You feed back vaguely, your focus instead on scanning the list of locations and times that she'd obtained for each member of the crew. You look through the record, pausing only to ask the captain to bring a different window to the foreground so that you can review it. Despite a thorough inspection of everyone's logs, you're left with a problem. Captain, No one here is logged as entering the sick bay at any point near when the doctor would have been killed. Are you sure? Shifting towards the center of the keyboard and pushing you up against one of the walls in the cramped compartment, the captain scans the logs, quickly skipping from window to window. From the looks of it, the last person to enter sickbay was you. That was well before the doctor could have been killed. Not long after I'd briefed you on your task in the hangar, in fact. This doesn't make sense. Someone must have been picked up by the bioscanner when they went in. Don't worry, Lieutenant. There's more than one way to look at this. As the captain resumes her rapid typing on the keyboard, resulting in you repeatedly getting an elbow jabbed into your ribs, the current batch of windows disappear, replaced by a similar-looking but different set of data. There. That's a history of entry logs sorted by room instead. Let's look at sickbay. That can't be right. You lean into the captain to get a clear look at the information on the screen. No information? How can there be no information? The bioscanner tracks everyone. It's got us all on file. And I'm responsible for adding the biodata for everyone that comes on board the ship. There's no way that someone could have a dummy entry without me knowing. The captain begins to type again, and you quickly press yourself up against the wall to avoid another barrage of strikes on your ribs. No information, sickbay, 2129. Just before I got there, no information, crew quarters 5, 2102. Crew quarters 5? That's Cassie's cabin. Why? No information, central computer, 2021. No information, engine room, 1933. No information, mess hall, 1910. No information, hangar, 1850. Just after you and Ensign Croas had crashed into the hangar alongside that thing. Is that it, Captain? Are there any other logs? Maybe Vanessa set up a dummy profile with fake biodata or something? The captain shakes her head, her brow furrowed as she stares at the screen. That's not possible. The profiles are created back at Europa Colony using biometric data from each crew member and then uploaded to the ship. She couldn't possibly get the security clearance required to make a fake profile. Maybe someone isn't working properly then. Bad data, maybe? Hangar, 1850. That's the first entry for no information. You both stand in silence. Were the logs really saying what you thought they were saying? I need to get some space, some air. It's too crowded in here. The captain does her best to turn on the spot, but still has to barge her way past you to leave the room. There's a stowaway aboard the ship. The person that killed the crew of the O'Brien is aboard the Gundog. Their biometric data is listed as no information because their biometric data was never logged. Captain, wait! Captain, come back. We need to... Whatever is happening on board my ship has been going on long enough. I don't have time for these silly games anymore. We've already lost one member of the crew, and that could be just the beginning. That bitch needs to know that she's putting us all in jeopardy. As the captain turns to head away, you dart past her, blocking her way. Captain, wait, please, if you... Move, Lieutenant, now. Despite her visible fury, you stand your ground, preventing her from moving past you on the narrow catwalk. If you go up there now, you know how she'll react. There's no way we convince her that the rest of the crew... There's no way we can convince the rest of the crew to help us if we can't figure out what's going on. If you just leave now, this'll all be for nothing. We don't have time for this, Lieutenant. Get out of my way. I can't let you go, ma'am. Move! With a sharp swing, the captain brings her palm towards your face as she yells, I am your captain, damn it! The slap catches you on the cheek and your head snaps to the right. Within a single moment, you're glaring directly into the captain's eyes as your own hand strikes her in kind. You struck me! Even my... Captain, stop it! You bark. Don't you think I feel the same way? I want to stop this too! But we're the only ones who know about this, and if we get bundled back into our quarters, or worse, that's it for the crew and this whole damn ship! So listen to me. We need to figure this out. Now! The captain's face is a grim picture of anger, and you can hear her teeth grinding, but following your outburst, she remains still, glowering at you. Glowering, how is that pronounced? I don't know. Breathing heavily, with your cheeks still flush and hot, as the stinging sensation subsides, you step towards her, saying nothing. Fine then, Lieutenant. Have it your way. If you think having all of the facts on our side will make a difference, right. You close your eyes, take a deep breath and exhale, doing your best to center yourself and focus. Everything you'd found out whirls around inside your head as if caught in a windstorm. With so much new knowledge, it was difficult to pin down any coherent ideas. But you know that you'd need to figure out exactly what was going on, especially after what you'd just seen on the computer's records. Right, so first things first. Lords pinned the death of Dr. Rosarium on Cassie as part of this conspiracy that she's accused the two of you of. I know there's no way she would have done that to him. As much as your good word stands for anything, Lieutenant, how do we know that for sure? Well, because of the condition she was in. We're gonna save again. Because of the condition she was in. She'd have been completely knocked out when the murder happened. I arrived minutes after when his tablet shows she was sedated. The dosage, the timing, it's all there. She couldn't possibly have killed him. She was unconscious at the time it happened. Good, Lieutenant, good. It will be hard for Lord to argue with records like that, even if she argues with the circumstances. As well as that, I had Chief Cathay and Ensign Rummy carry the commander up to her quarters afterwards. They were both well aware of how she was completely passed out. But then again, Captain, knowing Lord, she'll probably wheedle her way around the point, or pull at loose threads to make others question it. We know the doctor had sedated the commander shortly before you arrived, but to play devil's advocate, how do we know she didn't kill him just before the sedatives took effect? Ugh, I hadn't thought about that. Those drugs act quickly, though. Those drugs act quickly, though. Cassie couldn't have been awake for long. Long enough for Lord, I'm sure. We need to prove she didn't kill him before she fell unconscious. The cause of death. There's no way she could have killed him. And why is that, Lieutenant? The cause of death. Think about it. Whatever killed him also deactivated his prosthetics and left signs of singeing along where his body met the metal. That could have only been done by a source of high-power electricity, something like an electroshock weapon. I didn't find one in there. No one mentioned finding one either. So unless she got sedated, drew a previously hidden electroshock weapon, then managed to hide it again, it's a ridiculous scenario. Possibly. But what if an electroshock weapon were to be found? There's no way, ma'am. I searched that room from top to bottom. Are you sure? What if Lord were to investigate the room herself and one were to conveniently appear? That's ridiculous. She'd be planting evidence. You think she wouldn't resort to that? If we're going to pursue this logic, we need it to be airtight. How can we be sure Miss Quinn didn't hide an electroshock weapon? She can't access the armory. That's simple. She couldn't have had an electroshock weapon in the first place. And why not? She couldn't have one because she can't go get into the... She couldn't have one because she can't get into the armory. Only members of security have access to the armory, and it's you that grants authority to crew members to access it. If you've never granted her access, she wouldn't be able to get in. She wouldn't be able to get into one. Blah, 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 blah. If you've never granted her access, she wouldn't be able to get in to get one. You've never granted her access, have you? Of course not. Especially not after reading what happened during her firearms training. So if you never granted her access, she could have never got her hands on one, right? That's correct. And that's something we can back up using the ship's own logs. There should only be one instance of an electroshock weapon being taken this mission. Yours. That's gotta be enough to prove Cassie didn't do it, right, Captain? I can't see any holes in our narrative left for Lord to exploit. We can prove that Miss Quinn wasn't conscious at the time of the doctor's death, and even if she had been, it would have been impossible for her to ever procure the murder weapon. Hopefully, that should allay any suspicion the crew have that she is the guilty party. Great. But what about my part in Lord's fabricated series of events? Where she accused you of being unavailable on purpose during the blackout? That's right. She accused the commander of being part of that as well. Even though we might be able to prove Miss Quinn had nothing to do with the murder, Lord will likely just accuse me of killing him and focus her argument against us on the sabotage. Yeah, you're right. It's not like she's let the truth get in her way so far. So then, Lieutenant, what can we tell everyone to convince them that neither Miss Quinn nor myself were responsible for the sabotage or shirking our duties? You were both unwell. So Lord's argument is that you're both traitors through inactivity, right? That it was a choice? But using the doctor's datapad, we can see that both of you were ill at the time the blackout happened. There was no choice about it. The doctor made note of what happened to you as well as all the scans and treatments he gave Cassie. He wouldn't have done that unless he found cause to. That proves you both had a genuine medical need. The doctor may have had his quirks, but I don't think the crew will believe he was incompetent or a liar. Yes, that should work. That's it then. That's you and Cassie in the clear. Well, as long as we can trust the crew to listen to reason. But that still leaves us with who is actually responsible. Yeah, even if we confront Vanessa and prove you're innocent, there will still be a murderer on board the ship. We won't be safe until we figure out who that is. That leaves us with a new question. Who exactly is responsible for all this? Someone else. It couldn't have been Vanessa. It would have, or Hansen. It would have logged their biometric data. The only way it would say no information is if it didn't have their information logged into the ship. It has to be someone else. I don't think it was anyone from the crew. No. If you think about it, when the blackout happened, no one was in any position to take advantage of it. We were all totally taken by surprise. It didn't seem like something that happened from within the ship either. The chief would have figured out what caused it otherwise. Plus, the same thing happened to the O'Brien. It wasn't just the power going off that affected the O'Brien either. Their doctor was also killed. You did mention that in your report. Then we know that no one except myself had the means to kill the doctor in the way that we can see he died. But even then, the entry logs for the sickbay show that the bioscanner didn't pick up anyone going in. Just this no information. And we know when it first showed up. So you think that thing and its pilot are responsible for all of this. It's the only way it all makes sense. Maybe they tried to take out both the O'Brien and us, but we were able to get the ship back online. Now they're trying a different approach. I had hoped that after Chief Cathay so thoroughly reassured me that no one was getting out of that mess, we wouldn't have any issues with their pilot. But I agree, there doesn't seem to be anyone else on board who could have been responsible for everything that's going on. There's no individual, or even combination of crew, that would have the required skills, agenda, and malice. But then, why? If this mysterious pilot is causing all this to happen, what's the benefit to them? Why would they do it? They're after Cassie. I know this is going to sound crazy, Captain, but hear me out. Whoever this is, I think they're after Cassie. That's quite the statement, Lieutenant. Explain. Well, there's a couple of things I might be wrong, but tell me why you think they're after Commander Quinn, Lieutenant. All right, I think it's because she has a connection to them. You take a deep breath in. You still weren't totally sure, but with everything you'd noticed, all the odd happenings that you'd picked up on, it felt like the only explanation. You still couldn't quite form a full picture of what was going on in your head, but you knew you were close to figuring it out. You knew that what you'd seen was important. There have been things happening that haven't made sense. On their own, they didn't seem like anything to worry about, but now that we're here, they do. When I reactivated the Gundog's computer, I could hear the same signal that came over the bridge's comms just before the whole ship shut down and Cassie collapsed. The whole thing went haywire. Everyone's crew reports flashing up on the screen, but the only one that stayed was hers. Then the whole thing shut down. At the same time, I thought the computer had been damaged by the sudden loss of power, but now I have to wonder, what if the signal was coming from that machine when it was on the O'Brien? Why would it focus on Cassie's file? She blacked out when she'd heard that signal, too. She was the only crew member who seemed to be affected by it. It's her. Things keep happening to her. These are certainly some interesting observations. But what makes you think there's something so special about her that someone would go to all of this effort? Well, she was left alive. How they left her alive? Left her alive? That's right, in the sickbay. They didn't harm her. When I got there, the doctor was already dead. I didn't see anyone head down to the sickbay before I did, so they must have gone down there at least a few minutes ahead of me. They would have had plenty of time to kill her as well. But they didn't. They left her alive. They left you alive as well, Lieutenant. That's only because Hansen raised the alarm after he noticed them attack me. I was lucky that blow didn't kill me, and if Hansen hadn't pulled the alarm, they'd have been able to finish me off just like the doctor. So they kill the doctor, they attack me. Why was Cassie left unharmed? They wouldn't have left her alone unless they wanted her for something, right? The full force of the captain's steel, sharp gaze feels like it could penetrate right through you at any moment if you say the wrong thing. You've always been ill at ease around the captain due to her judgmental aura and the constant sense of silent appraisal that comes with her stare. Right now, you feel like your whole premise is resting on the knife's edge of her acceptance. The captain takes a long, slow breath in and holds it as she continues to appraise you. Eventually, she lets it out in a similarly drawn-out exhalation. How do we know these just aren't coincidences, Lieutenant? There's still a lot we don't know about what's going on. Are you confident in all this? Yes, I am. What makes you so confident? With everything so uncertain, what makes you think this isn't just a big series of coincidences? I don't think so, ma'am. After all, the unenlightened masses, they cannot make the judgment call, give up free will forever, their voices won't be heard at all, display obedience while never stepping out of line, and blindly swear allegiance. Let your country control your mind. How about, fuck that, my country won't control my mind. I will not display obedience. I'm a big, bad cat girl. How you doing, Agent Ness? That was very poetic and very alarming, given, the state of the country right now. You doing all right? What was the tune? I was supposed to sing that? The unenlightened masses. What's the tune? The unenlightened masses. I never played Metal Gear Rising. I didn't recognize the lyrics. I'm sorry. I've never played Metal Gear Rising. Listen. I probably should eventually, but but it's like I have huge issues with the way that Kojima writes women and queer people. Like, huge issues. His critiques of the American military-industrial complex are spot on. Credit where credit is due. Absolutely spot on. But ever since, Metal Gear Solid 5, the design of Quiet, and considering that he can't write a female character without making them, a fucking pinup model, and considering with how he can't write a queer person who isn't a sadistic torturer, I got issues with Kojima. I'm sorry. The guy's overrated. He's overrated. It isn't a Kojima game, though. It's a spin-off. I mean, I guess. I thought he worked. I thought... He wasn't involved in, Rising? Is that the one where you play as, Raiden and you're fighting Senator Armstrong? That's what I thought. Also, another reason, Agent Ness, that I haven't played Metal Gear Rising, playing as male characters makes me dysphoric. I like to have the option to play as a lady, a female character. And if a game is going to force me to play in a male role, chances are I'm not really going to pick it up. So unless I can mod Raiden into being Raidenette, Raiden Co, then I'm probably not really gonna check it out. I like to play as woman. I might do it eventually. I do have a long list. Oh my god. That, considering Raiden Shogun is derived from Raiden Mei from Honkai Impact 3rd, which is my favorite gacha of all time, and also that Raiden Mei is very I might want one where you play as Raiden Mei from Honkai Impact 3rd, because they are technically different characters. But yeah, I might be willing to do that then. I don't think so, ma'am. After all, what ties everything together? They could have just destroyed the Gundog. What about the fact that the Gundog is still in one piece? That craft, whatever it is, it ripped through the O'Brien like it was nothing, and then made it all the way to the Gundog. Why didn't it just destroy the ship then and there? Hansen and I saw how powerful its beam weapon is. It sliced through the O'Brien's armor with ease. If we'd been caught by the beam in our Juno, then we'd have been vaporized in a second. Why didn't it destroy the ship when it had every chance to? Why did it go dead at the exact moment it did, when we'd fly it right into our hangar? Why is the ship still online when that thing could knock it offline with a single signal? Why did all of this happen, and why does everything keep coming back to Cassie? The captain sways slightly with her eyes shut, as a pensive yet exasperated look sweeps over her face. You realize just how passionate you'd got in your attempts to convince her. Sorry, Captain, I think you're right, Lieutenant. You do? As you've laid it all out? The sequence of events, what's happened to Miss Quinn, what we've seen on those logs. All of it seems to indicate that something is going on, and that something is centered around our Lieutenant Commander. If that's the case, and they've been thwarted before, we don't know what else they'll try. It's imperative that we get the Gundog out from Lieutenant Lord's control. We'll need the entire crew to handle this. Yes, ma'am. Well done, Lieutenant. Captain, you've exceeded my expectations. Yeah, Ness, that's really, not enough for me, because I know he's a cyborg, but that ninja armor he wears is, it's pretty form-fitting, so I'd want to at least mod it. Besides, it's ever since Metal Gear Solid 5, I kinda lost my appetite for Metal Gear as a series. With the whole shit show with Quiet's design. When, Kojima being like, when you know the reason for her exposure, you'll be ashamed of yourself. And then it's like, yeah, I never got to it, but then it's okay, so if Quiet has to wear a bikini, because she's basically the same as the End from Metal Gear Solid 3, then why doesn't the End wear a fucking bikini? We know why, Kojima. It's because you like fucking TNA. Just own it. Don't be a fucking snake about it. And for once, try to design a female character that isn't FAP material. He's still doing that. Like, in the new fucking Death Stranding, this one girl always has her feet out. Yeah, we get it, Kojima. You got a foot fetish. Like, fuck off, man. Fuck off. That's not the Japanese. That's just Kojima being Kojima. I have been to Japan twice. And, and that is not exclusive to all of Japan. I can tell you that right now. You've exceeded my expectations. I'm glad that I... What in... Oh, fuck. Acting on pure instinct, you sprint away from the captain and towards the entrance into the aft thoroughfare. Get back here, Lieutenant! Despite the captain's orders, you continue towards the sound of gunfire that tears through the air. As a security officer, you knew this was your duty, but beyond that, you had a terrible feeling. What if you'd realized everything too late? You dash out of engineering and down the lengths of the corridor, the sound of gunfire reverberating through the long hallway. A piercing staccato is beaten out in the distance, and you drop the floor as bullets punch through the space around you. You scramble back to your feet. Yeah, I've been to Tokyo, I've been to Osaka, I've been to Himeji, and I've been to Kyoto. Okay, so, you scramble back to your feet, bolting towards the central hub as a flurry of shots answers the volley you narrowly evaded. Another burst of gunfire cracks through the air just after you dive out of the thoroughfare. A clatter of bullets striking the wall behind you. Fuck. More shots fly past as you scramble along the floor, finally finding safety by pressing yourself up against the wall adjacent to the four-side thoroughfare's entrance. Nary a care? What the hell are you doing here? The two ensigns crouch on either side of the entryway. Hansen looks at you in confusion as Haru leans around the corner, firing off another burst. Does it matter? What's going on? What does it look like? Damn it! Haru quickly ducks behind the corner just as another salvo pierces the space they'd stood in. Hansen responds in kind before returning to cover. Who is it? A few of my cousins also went to Japan. I've ceased all contact with them. Are they assholes? Is that why? Friend of Quinn's, looks like. What? You lean around the corner, trying to catch a glimpse of the attacker as Haru takes the opportunity to fire back. Who? Wait! Almost out of sight, slouched against the wall leading to the crew quarters corridor, is an unconscious Cassie. Cassie! Oh, you ceased contact because they like, live there now? Cassie! Both of you, hold your fire! You might hit Cassie! Well, stop shooting when they do, Lieutenant! Oh, then why'd you cease contact? You know what, Ness? Maybe I'll take you sometime to Japan. If we ever, like, meet up in person. Don't know if that'll ever happen, but I already want to take Lexi there. That does suck. I'm sorry. But hey, I'll take you someday. If it's within my ability, I will do so. We'll stop shooting when they do, Lieutenant! Ugh. As the lethal back and forth continues, the central hub fills with the stink of gunfire and hot metal. You'd been right. Someone was after Cassie, but you'd realized it too late. Ness, I'll take you with, I promise. Don't cry. I'm sure I'll get you there. I'll get you there. Someone was after Cassie, but you'd realized it too late. What would you do now? If you let this carry on, it won't be long until Cassie is caught by a stray bullet. You draw the gun that's stuffed inside your jacket and flick the safety off, making sure as to aim high so as to not hit Cassie when you pivot around the corner. You see your opportunity, and you fire. You watched your shots impact on the attacker, running up her suit and striking her helmet, but she remains standing, totally unfazed. You begin to squeeze the trigger again when... What? Cassie? But how? You pivot back around the corner just in time to avoid a slew of shots. The fuck? Cassie's a clone? What is that? Quinn? It can't be! Whatever. Shifting his weight, Hansen prepares to fire around the corner, unperturbed by this latest development. No! Huh? You dive into Hansen, forcing his gun upwards, a trail of bullet holes marking the ceiling. Don't shoot! Get off me! Crois, they're moving! As Hansen shoves you off, you watch Cassie throw Cassie over her shoulder and disappear through the hangar entrance. Hey, stop! You spring up and sprint after the two of them, following through the open doors. You barge past the engines and leap down each set of stairs. As soon as the gravity begins to lessen, you vault a railing and drop down to the bottom. Stop right there! You yell as you burst into the hangar, gun drawn. Stood in front of the huge mass of machine and foam, staring back at you, is Cassie. Is what looks like Cassie. Despite her appearance, there's no recognition of you in her eyes. The usual joy that permeates her entire being is absent. The thing stood in front of you is a facade, nothing more. Who are you? What do you want? You glance to her side and see Cassie, your Cassie, slumped behind the silent imitator. Cassie! This is feeling a lot like my Lancer game. You raise your gun and level it at the duplicate, but your hands are shaking too much as you stare down the sights at the facade of your beloved. Just give her back and I won't shoot. A slight movement catches your eye, and you look past your target at the entombed craft behind her. Oh, shit. Fragments of foam cut through the air as the machine's prison is vaporized in an instant. You're thrown back by the impact of its leg on the catwalk, only saving yourself from slamming into the hangar's rear wall by grabbing onto another nearby railing. Wait! Before you can recover, they grab Cassie, slip a mask over her face, and throw her over their shoulder before retreating up the machine's leg. Within seconds... You were being a silly baka? Okay. Within seconds, the pair disappears inside a hatch atop the craft that closes as soon as they're through. You spring forward, kicking off the wall behind you when you feel a sudden rush all around you, dragging you forward. You grab onto the catwalk's railing just in time. The hangar door is opening. You brace yourself against the air whipping past you, doing your best not to get dragged along with it into space. There's us. Akir! What the hell's going on? You hear Hansen yell over the rush of oxygen and glance back to see him and Haru hanging on to the hangar's entryway. Get back here! This whole place is depressurizing! They've taken Cassie! We've got to get her out of there! You shout back, the torrent of air continuing to rush out of the hangar, snatching the words from your mouth as soon as you can say them. What are you talking about? Get over here! Oh. Hansen really is hard on my throat. You feel the machine's steps reverberate around you as it stomps its way out of the hangar. Its engines ignite, and a searing blast of heat hits your back as it soars away from the gundog. Give it up, Akare! She's gone! Get back here! Cassie had been taken. Whatever that machine was, whoever its pilot was, she was with them now, hurtling away from the ship. Hansen and Haru remain clinging to the doorway, gesturing for you to get out of there. Even if you could convince them to help Cassie, would Vanessa let them go in their armored frames? Maybe she was already ordering Dylan to fire on the craft. It's up to me. I've got to. I must. I must save Cassie. I can't just let her go. She needs me. But I'll have to. I need to. I need to save Cassie! To save her, I'd have to. She needs me. She's counting on me. This is it. I'm going to save Cassie! I'm going to save Cassie! You turn and bring your right leg up over the railing. Neri! Don't! The ensign lunges out to grab you, but he's too late. You throw yourself into the void of the hangar and are snatched away by the vacuum. You just about manage to grab onto the Juno as you fly past, your arm nearly wrenched from its socket by the force. Despite the pain, you hang on and pull your way towards the access panel by the cockpit, fighting against the rush of air that continues to buffet against you as you input the series of commands to open the hatch. As soon as it's open, you clamber inside and grab an emergency oxygen mask, sealing it over your face as you activate the armored frame. Hitting the combination of switches and buttons required to start the machine, you feel a dull rumble followed by a swell in vibrations as the systems throughout the cockpit are illuminated, one by one. You grip the flight sticks and squeeze, breathing deeply and slowly. You can do this. As you push down on the pedals, the Juno walks forward, and you direct it to grab a machine gun from a nearby rack of weapons before turning to face the open hangar door. You peer at the main monitor, trying to locate the enemy craft amongst the stars, but are distracted as a window opens on the screen to your left, and a shrill voice yells at you from the monitor's speakers. You! In the Juno! I haven't given anyone permission to launch! What? Lieutenant? What are you doing in there? You're supposed to be locked in your quarters! Get back up here! Now! Sorry, Lord. I'm going after Cassie. You're what? You're not leaving this ship, you traitor! Get out of there and to your quarters now! If you don't, I'll... You press a single button on the screen, cutting off Vanessa's transmission. You couldn't care less about what she said or how she threatened you. You were done worrying. Everything you did now, you did for you, for Cassie. This is Lieutenant Neri Akare. Kalik 5. Launching! You slam both flight sticks forward, just as you'd watched Hansen do during his duel against the machine, sending the Juno tearing through space towards where you'd last seen the kidnapper's craft heading. There you are. You force the controls as far forwards as they will go, demanding every last ounce of available thrust from the engines. The cockpit begins to judder around you, but you don't let up. As the gap between your armored frame and the machine closes, it quickly comes within visual range, and you notice it remaining still, almost like it had been suspended in space. In front of you, you see a strange, shifting distortion, as though the space ahead of it had been torn open. You're not going anywhere! With a twist of the flight sticks, the Juno banks right, and you bring yourself around in a wide arc, building up speed until... Give her back! Your head is still ringing from the impact, and you taste blood in your mouth, but you still manage to regain control of your armored frame, raising its machine gun towards the enemy. Now! You're not able to get a shot off before the craft blasts away into space. Gritting your teeth, determined not to let it escape. You thrust the flight sticks forward again, and you're forced back against the seat as the Juno hurls after the target. You can hear the engines beginning to whine, and the main monitor is full of warnings and alerts, but you keep the controls where they are, not wanting to give the enemy a moment of reprieve. Slowly, you gain on the strange craft, and soon you're within range. You squeeze the trigger on the right stick, holding it down to empty the gun's magazine. Each round slams into the enemy, the sustained series of impacts throwing it into a spin. There's more where that came from, you threaten, beginning the process to reload your gun. With a grim grin, you focus the targeting reticle, lining up your next volley. Wait. In an instant, the enemy turns, its snout-like protrusion already glowing brightly within the telltale bolts of energy emanating from the light within its weapon. It's all you can do to draw the controls back and slam your feet down on the pedals, trying to halt the Juno before it's caught in the deadly beam. Through luck more than skill, you'd managed to prevent the blast of energy from cleaving your Juno in half, but now alarms fill the cockpit, and your warnings cluttered your monitors as you realize the armored frame's left arm has been sheared off. You struggle with the controls as your off-balance machine careens through space, its fine calibrations now thrown off by the loss of a limb. You manage to reorient yourself only to see the enemy's cannon pulsing with energy as it prepares another devastating shot. No! Damn it! Surprised you lasted this long, nary a care. Not a bad effort for your first flight. Gonna catch hell from the chief for losing that arm, though. Hanson, what are you doing out here? Saving your dumb ass! What does it look like? Why the hell did you chase this thing out here? I told you, it's taken Cassie! You're such a sap, Lieutenant. You've got guts. Never thought I'd see the day when you stood up for yourself. If you want to rescue Quinn, get moving. I'll keep it here. Right. As soon as Hanson disappears from your monitor, his Juno is behind the enemy, grappling it. You waste no time in following him, struggling against the controls. Your ability to maneuver is limited, but you thrust over to the craft, digging your frame's remaining hand into a gap between its armor. The actuators in the Juno's shoulders screech in protest as the enemy struggles against you, but you continue, not willing to stop now. Cassie! We're not in pressurized suits, though. How are our limbs not dehydrating? Cassie! Neri! You pull Cassie into the Juno's cockpit, closing the hatch behind her. As you float together in the enclosed space, arms wrapped around each other, you savor the moment. If it was possible, you'd never let Cassie go again. With a sigh, you release her, taking both her hands in yours. We got the girlfriend. Cassie, are you all right? I think so. Oh God, I'm so nasally right now. I can't really do Cassandra's voice. Hold on, give me a sec. Ah, fuck. All right, sorry about that. I think so. You can tell from the look in her eyes that she's still a bit dazed, but otherwise, you can't see anything that worries you. Come on, I'm taking us back to the gun dog. You push off the cockpit ceiling and land in the pilot seat, bringing her down with you. After the two of you are sat down, you strap yourself back in and take a firm grip of the flight sticks. Hold on tight! We'll be there in no time! You gently push forward on the controls, easing the Juno's engines back into life. Cassie wraps her arms around you, nuzzling as far into your neck as she can give that you're both still wearing emergency masks. You breathe a sigh of relief. The gun dog grows larger on your screens as you slowly fly towards it. The enemy machine has been taken out. Cassie is back with you. Everything is all right again. There might still be things to deal with when you get back to the ship, but at least Cassie is safe beside you. You let out another deep breath, unsure whether you want to laugh or cry. Instead, you relax, loosening your grip on the twin sticks and gently resting your head on Cassie's, bringing your right hand up to slowly stroke her hair. Your armored frame continues its slow flight towards the ship. The only noise in the cockpit is the dull hum of the engine's vibrations, and both of you breathing softly. Neri. You sit up slightly and look down at Cassie, who's still burying her face in the crook of your neck. She spoke so softly you weren't even sure she'd actually said anything until she begins to speak again. What's going on, Neri? I remember getting taken to my quarters, and there was this woman. Gunshots. Now I'm here. I think she wanted to take me somewhere. I could feel what she wanted. It was going to be somewhere really far away. Far from you. From everyone. You continue to gently stroke her hair, your fingers working through the strands to run gently down her neck and back. What happened? You're silent for a few moments, but eventually you take your free arm and you bring it around her shoulders, drawing her in tighter. I don't know. I don't know how to find out either. But whatever happens, I'll be here with you. I won't let anyone take you away again. I promise. You can feel a gentle pull on the fabric of your shirt as Cassie balls her hands into fists, clenching material between her fingers and palms. I love you, Neri. The couple montage, That's the first time you've said that to me. Cassie draws her hands back from behind you and presses her palms against your chest, face still hidden. You stare down at her, your heart full. As you gaze down on her, she begins to squirm and fidget, once again clasping the material of your shirt in her hands as she balls them into fists. I love you too, Cassie. I love you too. With her pressed against you, it's easy to feel Cassie tense up for just a second before her whole body relaxes. It's so obvious that she's relieved that you can almost feel it too. After another brief stretch of silence, she sits up, looking you in the eyes, hers moist with tears. Neri. What the hell? Another one? Damn it! Before you can react, this new craft, identical to the one you just tore Cassie from, is upon you. The claws at the end of its leg-like limbs clasp tightly around the Juno's torso. You fought with the controls, causing the armored frame's engines to scream as you push them to their limits, attempting to escape the machine's grip. Hansen! Dalton! Anyone! Help! With alarms blaring from the cockpit speakers and warnings filling your screen, it's almost impossible to make out what's happening. You're just about keeping you and Cassie out in the rift in front of you, but even that is straining the Juno's engines to the point where they don't know they can take much worse. Just go, Neri. What? Cassie, I can't leave you! It's me they want. I can feel it. The tears of joy that had filled the corners of her eyes now run down her cheeks, having turned to sadness. They're not going to stop until they have me. Take a rescue buoy and eject. Let me go. No, I'm not leaving you. More tears flow down her face as she grasps at your chest. You have to. They won't stop. You can't win. Just let me. I said no! You take a hold of Cassie by the shoulders, looking deep into her eyes. You know she's right. You can't win. But you're not giving up now. I told you no one was going to take you away from me. If they're taking you, they're taking me too. You grab Cassie with one arm and slam the flight stick forward, sending you speeding towards the sheer in space. With a roar, you all plunge into the rift. You don't know why it wants Cassie. You don't know where it's taking her. But you know one thing. She won't be alone. What the fuck happens next? Don't give me credits after that. Neri! Oh, come on, wake up, Neri. That's it. Wake up. You're alive. You're alive. I thought I'd lost you. Cassie. Oh, darling. Thank God. Welcome back to the land of the living, Lieutenant. That's a whole carton of smokes you owe me, Croas. What's... Yeah, whatever. Didn't think the Lieutenant was gonna be this tough. Guess you're full of surprises, huh, Care? What's going on? Me and Croas had a bet on whether you were gonna make it after we popped your cockpit hatch and found you slumped over the controls. He figured you'd used all your luck up. Not me, though, Lieutenant. I knew you wouldn't let something like that take you out. You've been showing you've got serious guts recently. That's obviously not what she's asking about. As Cassie and the ensigns squabble, you try to marshal your thoughts and memories. Everything feels disconnected, jumbled. Simply thinking feels like trying to find something in a dark room with no gravity. The music is very, very loud. I'm gonna turn it down just a smidgen, so that I'm not completely drowned out by it. Just a bit higher. Okay, yeah. Now that might be... That's better. Simply thinking feels like it's trying to find something in a dark room with no gravity. I remember going out to save you. There was this rip in space or something. I went into it and... You saved me! That's what happened! You sit up and place your face in your hands, massaging your temples with your thumbs to try and get the feeling that your thoughts might fall out at any moment. Hey, I think you mean that I saved you. You're welcome, by the way. I saw you charge headfirst into one of those weird glowing things. I didn't know it was gonna be in there, but I knew you wouldn't survive it if I left you to it. So, like a good crewmate, I went in after you and dragged you and Quinn back out and brought you here. You'd do the same for me, right? You reach out to grab the nearby railing, pulling yourself up to your feet. As you do, the sensation of your head being flooded with thoughts and memories intensifies. You steady yourself up, but keeping your focus feels like trying to carry a glass full of water that's been filled to the brim without spilling any. Wasn't this... Take it slow, honey. Don't rush. You sure you're ready to be up and about, Lieutenant? Yeah, I'm fine. You push away from where you were stood, but trip, falling unceremoniously to the catwalk and slamming your forearms and knees onto the walkway. Neri, are you okay? All right, only so much of this I can watch. Come on, Quinn. I'll grab her. Let's get her up to the mess hall. Maybe a coffee will sort her out. Right, thanks. Hansen comes over to you and brings your arm up over his shoulders. Hoisting you up without much delicacy, you head towards the hangar's exit. Cassie follows close behind you, her hand resting tenderly on the small of your back. Once you're near the stairs, you move away from Hansen and begin to make your way up towards the four-side thoroughfare, each step becoming easier as you will yourself to walk unsupported. Cassie, what's happening on the ship? With Lord and... Hey, Neri, less talking, more walking. We'll fill you in later. Don't worry about that right now, honey. You look around the four-side thoroughfare and see everything looking shockingly normal. You don't know what you were expecting to be out of the ordinary, but seeing the thoroughfare as it always had been, its same liminal peacefulness soundtracked by the gentle hum of the ship's systems made you feel reassured. Okay. How do I sound, by the way? Because the music is really, really loud, and I'm worried that... God damn it, did I lose tracking again? I've been having tracking issues with my model the whole stream. Okay, it's going again. You hear me more than the music? That's good. I've had microphone issues in the past. I am looking to replace this dynamic mic, which has been giving me a lot of grief. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard for things to go back to how they were. It takes you longer than usual, but Cassie follows patiently behind you until you reach the mess hall. All right, take a seat, you two. I'll grab some coffee. You sit down, still woozy, as Hansen orders 2 coffees from the vendmate. Cassie sits beside you, gently rubbing your back as you try to get your head to stop spinning. There you go. Take it easy and drink up. I'm sure Captain Bartomuse has a lot of questions for you. Captain Bartomuse? But what about... there you are, Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Lieutenant Acare. Ma'am! Ma'am! At ease, you two. But, Captain, what are you doing here? What about the ensigns? What about Lord? Lord? Ah, yes, Lieutenant Lord's little dalliance with command. Thanks to Chief Cathay, that's been dealt with. The Chief? Something I can help you with, Lieutenant? Captain Bartermuse said that you'd dealt with Lieutenant Lord? I resent to being made to sound like an issue on the daily maintenance log. Thank you very much. Lord! You bastard. You spring to your feet, your head snapping back between the two ensigns, trying to see who'd make a move first. What are you? Honestly, Lieutenant, don't make this so awkward. I'm here to... Come on now, Lieutenant. Let's hear you say it. Apologize. Huh? What? It seems that based on what happened in the four-side thoroughfare, your actions out in space, what I was told by the crew, I made a mistake. So I thought I'd apologize. Sorry, Captain, Lieutenant Quinn, everyone. Oh, that's okay. I didn't even realize anything was going on. I'd been so zonked out on painkillers, I slept right through almost everything. What's been going on? Well done, Lieutenant Lord. That was very big of you. So then, I'm sure we can all agree to put this matter behind us. Put this behind us? The sensation of being lost in a shoal of your own thoughts returns, and you can barely grasp the situation. Was that it? After everything that happened, Vanessa apologizes? The captain agrees to move on? Really? Are you all right, Lieutenant Acare? You're not looking very well. Captain, just what is going on? This is all so... I think you should calm down, Lieutenant. Whatever has happened to you out in space seems to still be having somewhat of an effect. You could probably do with eating something. Now there's an idea. Why don't we all sit down for a meal together as a crew? Chief Cathay, gather everyone up, would you? I'm on it, ma'am. All right then, who's first? A loud noise, like the combination of a growl and a gurgle, fills the room, causing everyone to look towards Cassie. Well, it has been a while since I ate anything. Any chance of a burger? Of course, Commander. Followed up by your favorite, a pineapple salad. Unless I'm mistaken? Oh, wow! I didn't know you knew! That's perfect, Captain. Thanks. You never thought you'd see the captain happily begin ordering meals for the crew from the Venmate, but she does just that, listening to Cassie's instructions on her burger preferences. You slowly slide back into your chair, cautiously eyeing the two ensigns and Vanessa. There's no way she wasn't planning on something. This had to all be... Hey, Lieutenant. Good to see ya. Oh, Dylan, hey. Pretty crazy watching you go toe-to-toe with that thing out there. Fought almost as well as Hansen. No way. I mean, not bad for an amateur, but the lieutenant's got nothing on me.
Lieutenant, Commander Quinn, you're safe. I was worried about you guys. That thing looked tough.
Thanks, Cadet, but you had nothing to worry about. My hero, Neri, was there to save me. There we are, Commander. Thanks, Captain. With the noise of the entire crew's chatter filling the mess hall, you find it hard to think. Your thoughts remain difficult to line up, instead flowing like mercury. As you watch Cassie raise the burger to her mouth, a memory does bubble to the surface. Wait, Cassie, you can't! What do you mean? Your, stomach, remember? The doctor said... What? There's nothing to worry about, Lieutenant Acare. I made a mistake in my diagnosis. The synthetic food was not the issue. Dr. Rosarium, thank you for joining us. I'm... Doctor? You once again bolt out of your seat and this has got to be a simulation. He's dead! You once again bolt out of your seat in shock. Is there a problem, Lieutenant? You were dead! I saw you! We saw you! You can't be here! Oh, I understand. No one else on the ship is a qualified physician, Lieutenant. Therefore, no one was qualified to assess if I was really deceased. Fortunately, the injury was not as severe as had been assumed. But Hey, come on, Lieutenant. You're killing the mood. He was dead. This has gotta be, like... Is this really just all's well that ends well? I mean, they captured me, and they stuck me into a false reality machine while they're doing whatever they want with Cassie. Doc's fine. Wouldn't be up and walking about if he wasn't, right? Yeah, take it easy, Neri. Are you feeling okay, honey? Do you want to go to the sickbay for a lie down? Yeah, honey. You want to have a little nap? Be quiet, Ensign Crois. Ch. Your mind's a maelstrom at this point. Everything feels wrong. But it's all happening. It's all right in front of you. How can you argue with that? Come on, honey. Have some fries. You shake your head at the offer, placing your head back down in your hands. Cassie starts rubbing your back again, although quickly begins eating her fries with her spare hand. The crew eventually starts to chatter amongst themselves again while Captain Maris takes orders and retrieves meals from the vendmate, serving with a level of cheerfulness that continues to leave you disquieted. There, I believe that's everyone. Oh, before I get started with my meal, Commander, I was hoping you could help me out with one thing. Oh, sure, Captain. What's up? The ship's emergency input codes. Are they generated and adjusted regularly, or is it specifically prior to departure? Why would she ask that? Come on, Captain, you know that. You're the one that sets them, after all. That's wrong. Well, it's, initially prior to departure. And every 5 days, or per enemy encounter, whichever comes first. Of course. Thank you, Commander. That's wrong. That's wrong. Maris Bartermuse didn't set the access codes. Cassie did. Since the captain asked, Quinn. Oh, yes, Vanessa? At what distance do we typically start transmitting our security clearance prior to announcing we intend to dock at a colony? What are these questions? Oh, that's, specific. I mean...
And once we've been cleared for approach, is our docking confirmation signature specific to the ship, or does it depend on a combination of factors?
Hey, you're just a cadet. I don't think you need to know that. What's the makeup of their Europa garrison force? Guys, I'd really like to finish my burger now, if you don't mind. What's the target time for a colony defense force's mobilization? We've been captured. You look up to see the whole crew staring at Cassandra, a look of malevolent intent in their eyes. Does the JSUCF implement a series of local data stores, or is it transmitted across a large-scale network? Guys? What frequency is our emergency requests transmitted on? What are you asking this for? Guys! How extensive are the JCF's nuclear capabilities? Leave her alone! Guys! Another failure. Which incompetent calibrated this engram harvester? It's not subtle enough. We've been having difficulty with ensuring the harvesting process is suitably... I don't care what you're having difficulty with. Rewrite the program to be more congruent with the query context, then run it again. Understood. We've had enough time to develop this. These failure rates are inexcusable. We've got these gather clones, neural pathways mapped out. This should be simple. It's bad enough that Unit Zero's jump drive malfunctioned. Are you telling me we can't get the information out of a gather reliably? Well, she'll keep for the time being. At least we'll have time to finesse the systems before we start receiving more. What about the other one? The other what? The other sample. The one the hunter captured alongside this gatherer. Oh, her. I'd hoped that having her in the simulations with the gatherer might help, since they seem to have some sort of relationship. Unfortunately, since her DNA isn't compatible with Mother AI, we can't run a specific engram harvester. Shouldn't we be able to run a linear review in real time? If you want to waste your time, be my guest. Hopefully, going through recent events again from her perspective could uncover some more information. You're certainly welcome to try. If you do find anything pertinent, notify me immediately. Understood. Oh, one more thing. Do we have the output of the engram harvest we carried out on the additional subject? Confirmed. It's been archived. Under which digital lobe? It's in the default mode network. Node. What am I looking for? Tactical data, subject N001. To reclaim what is the right of the people in their name and her honor, we do what we must. All glory goes to Mother AI. Excellent. Send me that reference. It might be useful for review later. Now, run this one again. I'm going to turn the volume up. Just kind of like bubbly noises, but now run this one again. Once we've started her engram harvest, you do the same with the others. Understood. Others. May 6th, Planetary Calendar, 2014. Europa Colony 1, Jovian Fleet, 2nd Military Court. Now that we're all here, we can begin. As was decided yesterday, this is to be the final day of the inquiry into the incidents that happened on board the JFS Gundog between April 24th and April 28th. Our findings today will dictate the JCF's future actions around the matter, as well as what is to be done with the ship's crew. Guards, please bring Miss Maris Bartermuse to the stand. Welcome back, Miss Bartermuse. It's my pleasure, Admiral. Now, Miss Bartomuse, we've gone over everything that happened on board the Gundog following its departure from this colony on April 19th, up until the 24th. The last task of this inquiry is to find out what happened following Miss Lord's adjustment to the command structure up until your return to Europa 1. I trust we'll have your full cooperation in this matter. Hasn't that already been demonstrated? A yes or a no, Ms. Bartomuse? Yes, Commodore. Thank you. Now, we're aware of the efforts made by you and Lieutenant Abaord to counter Miss Lord's mutiny. You said that the two of you had found enough information to prove that none of the accused had anything to do with any treasonous actions. What happened after that? Just as we finished our discussion, we heard gunshots coming from the ship's central hub. Lieutenant Abaord immediately went to investigate. After a brief exchange of fire between the ensign and the infiltrator, the lieutenant chased them to the hangar. Why wasn't this infiltrator apprehended by security? It's like I told you already. Quinn's weird twin was packing some serious firepower. Rumney and I were pinned down. We could barely get a shot in. And I know I got some shots in. My aim's good. But whatever body armor she was wearing, it's like she didn't even notice. I see. So, after this, the lieutenant and the unidentified attacker, who you've stated was carrying an unconscious Lieutenant Commander Quinn, they made their way to the hangar, whereupon they both launched in separate crafts. Yeah, that's right. Why were they allowed to launch? It wasn't my fault. I did everything I could to stop them from launching, but none of the controls were responding. They must have hacked the systems to override my authority or something. It's the only explanation. I bet they did it ahead of time. There was no way I could have known. Even if you had lost control of the systems, we were under the impression that the hostile craft had been secured. Was this or was this not the case?
Well, the thing is that,
Cadet Grange, can you answer the question? Why hadn't the craft been secured? The craft had been secured. Until it managed to break out, I'd have bet my life that nothing could get through Cadet Grange's compound. That stuff was almost impenetrable. I'd be surprised if the team working on the Gundog right now has got anywhere near removing the cargo crates that were stuck in it. If that stuff didn't stop it, then there was nothing else on the ship that could have. So the enemy craft was able to escape the restraining compound and leave the ship after the hangar controls were overridden. Considering that Lieutenant Abaord was, at that time, supposed to be confirmed on suspicion of treason, how were they allowed to board a Juno? Hey, we didn't know that the lieutenant had gone anywhere until she came running down the hall in the middle of a firefight. She made a jump for it before we could stop her. Croas tried to grab her, but the lieutenant was gone before he got anywhere near. Surprised the lieutenant didn't just get sucked out into space pulling a crazy stunt like that. And what happened after the lieutenant made her way into space? I mean, I was able to track her and that weird thing after they launched, but they were moving so fast and so close together, I couldn't get a good look on either of them. Lord was ordering me to take them both out, but before I could line anything up, Croas was out there in Gundog 1. Do you know who gave Croas permission to launch? Hey, no one gave me permission to launch. But you think I'm just gonna hang around and watch an amateur like Lieutenant Abaord get torn to pieces because she can't pilot worth a damn? No way. Abaord showed some guts, and I wasn't gonna let her die after she finally grew a spine. I went out there to give the lieutenant a little bit of help. So the two of you were able to defeat the enemy craft together? Of course, Croas was able to take it out. What do you think we dragged back in our hangar for? What do you think we dragged back into our hangar for, you guys? Might be in a few pieces, but those tech nerds love a challenge, right? But the lieutenant didn't return with you. Why not? Because she disappeared, that's why not. She sold out her friend and used them to cover her escape. The lieutenant and Quinn are probably off plotting against us right now. We're not here for speculation with Miss Lord. We're here for facts. You're confident they disappeared? They didn't disappear. Our records show that shortly after retrieving Lieutenant Commander Quinn, they were preparing a return to the Gundog when another enemy craft appeared. Gundog 1 was still busy with the original craft and a damaged Juno, and with a damaged Juno, the lieutenant was in no position to fight back. They were dragged off. Dragged off. That's what it looked like, but I think it may have actually been a bosun jump. A what? A bosun jump, Commodore. If you think about how our HDFDD works by warping the space around the ship to allow it to move significant distances, then a bosun jump does something similar, but connects two unique points in space by letting a small craft move directly from one point to another. All theoretical, of course. The energy requirement alone would... All right. Thank you, Chief Engineer Cathay. But if you were able to detect indications of a space warp, even if it was non-standard, why did the Gundog not head out in pursuit?
Well, see, that's when the power went out again. It was like what happened on the 23rd with the Gundog and the O'Brien. If we'd been any closer to the electromagnetic pulse, the electromagnetic pulse would have overloaded our key systems, and we'd have all been fried.
So the ship was immobilized. What did you do then?
Guess I was lucky. Holding on to that trashed machine must have shielded me or something. Once the lieutenant disappeared into that freaky light show, I dragged the wreckage back to the Gundog. We got the power back online and slunk back here, tails between our legs.
Who ordered the return to Europa 1, Miss Lord? Nope, that was Captain Bartermuse's doing. What happens to Miss Lord's assumed command? After Bartermuse helped the chief get the engines back online, she found me and Croas in the hangar. She'd rounded everyone else up and told us we could either fall back under her command or she'd get the chief to throw us out the airlock then and there. So, we followed her up to the bridge, watched her slap Lord from one side of the room to the other, and yeah, that was kind of it for Captain Lord. What happens to her after that? It was an abuse of power, plain and simple. I wasn't given the opportunity to state my case. There was no hearing. I was immediately confined to quarters. As soon as this inquiry is over, I want to open a grievance against Maris Bartermuse. Thank you, Miss Lord. But at the moment, we just want to know if you are aware of what happened after you were confined. I'm sure you must have all the information you need on that from the ship's logs, Commodore. For the benefit of the inquiry, Miss Bartermuse. From that point on, the Gundog's journey back to Europa 1 was uneventful, and everything occurred as expected. We returned to the colony, immediately notified command of the craft in our hangar. I submitted my report on the events that had taken place since our departure. And here we are. Thank you, Miss Bartermuse. The inquiry will be adjourning whilst we go over our findings. You will be notified as soon as we have come to an agreement on our verdict. Guards, please escort Miss Bartermuse back to the holding cells. exceptions of some spurious with the exception of some spurious accusations from Miss Lord, it seems that the crew are all giving relatedly consistent testimonies. What do you think, Admiral? Losing someone like Cassandra Quinn is a catastrophe. She was only a lieutenant commander, but she's worked at a multitude of different ships, bases, and installations. In terms of her institutional and process knowledge, if she was interrogated, there's no saying just how much the enemy would be able to learn from her. They might already have done that. We've been getting reports of attacks on various frontier outposts with similar patterns to what happened on the Gundog. Loss of power, sudden illness amongst the command structure, attackers appearing out of nowhere. The list of officers we've lost is already too long. Female officers. Captain? Just something I've noticed, Admiral. All the officers missing are women. Whatever is going on, we can't let it continue. The inquiry into the events aboard the JFS Gundog will now reconvene. Guards, please bring in Miss Bartomuse. Welcome back, Miss Bartomuse. It's once again a pleasure, Admiral. We'll be brief. After reviewing the testimonies of you and the crew that served under you, as well as the ship's logs and recordings, we have come to our conclusion regarding your future within the JCF. Maris Bartomuse, due to your experience with the issues that faced the Gundog and her crew, as well as the demonstration of your commitment to maintaining order aboard your ship, we are returning you to the role of captain aboard the JFS Gundog, which is to become part of a new rapid response task force. This task force is intended to handle a recent increase in similar events to those that impacted the JFS Gundog and JFS O'Brien. A stipulation of this position is that you will be partaking in a mandatory psychotherapy with the ship's medical staff for the duration of your role. Understood, Admiral. Thank you. With regards to Hanson Crois, for participating in a mutiny, you should be dishonorably discharged and facing a minimum of 10 years in prison. However, due to your performance in combat and experience with these new enemy machines, you will be serving as a pilot in a new task force. This role is non-negotiable. In addition, you will be kept under supervision, and your time as part of the task force is in lieu of time served. This will also be the case for Haru Rumney. Hey, won't see me complaining. As for Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathay, you are to be transferred to the JFS Sylvestris, where you will act as its chief engineer. The Sylvestris will serve as the flagship of a new task force. Because of this, we are removing Cadet Dalton Grange from your instruction.
Oh, but...
Instead, Cadet Grange, you will be transferred to a JACF R&D department, where you will receive appropriate support to develop your new compound into a viable weapon.
Thank you, ma'am. That's great. That's...
Moving on to Warrant Officer Dylan Dees. We have reviewed your request and have decided that it is in the JSCF's best interest to give you an honorable discharge from the fleet.
Good call, ma'am.
Your stipend and freedom are, of course, dependent on your ensuring that you do not disclose any information about what happened. Consider the matter highly classified.
Don't worry about that, ma'am. Not planning on thinking about this anytime soon.
As for Miss Lord, typically a mutiny against your commanding officer would result in your execution.
But I didn't. All the evidence is...
Quiet, please, Miss Lord. However, we do understand that due to the rapid development and confusing nature of events, it did appear that the crew of the ship could have been involved in a conspiracy. Had that been confirmed as the case, you would have followed the appropriate protocol by removing Captain Bartomuse from command. Given this, the inquiry has decided to be lenient. You will instead be placed under house arrest, pending further investigation. Understood. Thank Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I almost forgot. Dr. Safer Rosarium. Due to his death in the line of duty, he will be given a posthumous 2 days rank promotion. As we have been unable to contact any next of kin, the doctor will receive a public service before his ashes are spread in the Europa Military Memorial Gardens. This judgment hereby concludes the inquiry into the events that happened on board the JFS Gundog between April 24th and April 28th. All decisions are effective immediately. You are... One question before I leave, ma'am. Oh, Bartomuse, go ahead. What is the plan regarding Lieutenant Acare and Lieutenant Commander Quinn? I can assure you, Captain, finding those two is a top priority for us. I see. Thank you, Captain. As I was saying, you are dismissed. Not the best ending, but at least I'm with Cassie. Oh, look, they got art for all the... Ben Keller, he's got a kitty. Kevin Butler. Daniel Goodman. Alice Sisson. Robin Cosgra. Oh, nobody else gets character art? Okay. Jonathan Durham, Miranda Topham, Emily Topham. There's gotta be like a fucking sequel. I'm not gonna be satisfied with us ending in enemy captivity. Well, that was Stories of Soul the Gundog. Bad guys have us inside a tank. So, why don't we go looking for somebody to raid? Ooh, boy. That ending wasn't exactly a good ending, but it was the ending we got. Let's see, who is live right now for us to drop in on? Let me see. I got an idea. How about we drop in on Shark Tick, who's currently doing Shark Tick's Mystery Chest. It looks like they're playing retro games. And you know, we just finished up with a retro game, so it's a retro-styled game, so it's thematically appropriate. Yeah, so we also got The Way It's Supposed to Be. Team up with the captain and see her epilogue. Alright, so That's the end of Stories from Seoul, the Gun Dog. And let's drop in on the lovely shark Sharktic. So, everybody, this is where I'm going to leave you for the night. I'm going to miss you all. I can't wait to see you again. I'll try and swing by on Friday if I can. I'll be playing a different game because this one's over. But, I want you all to be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Be good to Sharktic. Never forget that chaos is a love language. And as always, be gay, do crime, and I will see you all next time. Bye!